Yeah. We're not fishing here for.
I'm waiting for,
That is
okay,
supposed to present on Zoom. Good.
I should sit in my car and Zoom.
No, it's fine.
good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Irvington Planning Board meeting of September 6, 2023. I'd like to introduce the people here from the village. There's Sarah Palermo, she's the gatekeeper for the Zoom. And Mike, Ed Marin, the building inspector. Doug Hahn, the consultant engineer for the village. Mary Ann Stessage, the village attorney, and on the board is Lori. And Davidowitz and Dan McGillicott. I'm Caesar Manfredi, the chairman, is Mike Smith and Mike Maffucco. The order for this evening. Number one would be 202 West Clinton Avenue. Number two would be 18 Hillside Terrace. Number three is 34 Lewis Road. Number four would be 15 Hendrick Lane South. Number five would be 11 Dunham Place. Number six, 39 Beechwood Road. Number seven, 90 Fargo Lane. Number 8, 9 Meadow Way. And then 35 Main Street site development will not be heard because number 9 is going to be 35 Main Street site capacity, and we need to do the site capacity before we do site development. Number 10 will be 26 Willow Street. Number 11 is 10 Half Moon Lane. Number 12 is 54 Jaffe Court. Number 13 is 30 South Ferris Street. Okay. Sarah, we had the minutes. Everybody was okay?
Yes.
Right, everybody on the board okay with the minutes? I make a motion to approve the minutes of August 2nd, 2023.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. The minutes are passed. All right, the first item is 2023-16, 202 West Clinton Avenue. And I recuse myself on that item, and Mike Maffucco will be the chairman.
There.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good to see you all. David Steinmetz from the law firm of Zarin and Steinmetz, here with regard to Stephen and Nadia Harrison, 202 West Clinton. I'm joined by my colleague, Jacqueline Cohn, our project engineer, Cyrus Miandobi, and our clients are on screen as well. We did an extensive presentation at the last session, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I know Lori was not there. So I'm happy to answer and go backwards and cover anything that we did previously. But I'm going to try to very, very briefly summarize. You have a long agenda. So I'm going to summarize where we are. And again, happy to back up to the extent we need to. We're here with regard to starting the process to secure a coverage variance with regard to this single family residence. As the board is aware, we're in the 1F20 zone. We're just under a half acre. The situation that we have presented to you, our clients purchased a property and did not know at the time of their acquisition that the site had already been in excess of allowable coverage, despite the fact that it had been before the village with regard to other applications. We learned of this, my clients learned of this at the time of attempting to expand the rear patio behind their home. And at the time of purchase, the property was at 172% coverage. As a result of the expansion of the patio that they were seeking, they would have been at 176% of allowable coverage. And based upon the comments that we received from your board at the last meeting and discussions that we had internally as a team, our clients have agreed to eliminate the proposed patio expansion. They have agreed to remove a small round terrace on the left-hand side of the property, as well as a portion of a retaining wall. Cyrus can walk you through the mathematical measurements and details, but the bottom line is, as a result, we would reduce coverage on site to 165%. We're here tonight, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, simply to request that you refer this application to the Zoning Board of Appeals to process the variance. We'd be delighted to receive a positive recommendation from your board, given the details and the circumstances that we outlined at length in the last meeting. But that's where we are. We believe that we have a legitimate basis to process this application. We believe the benefit to the applicants dramatically outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community, and we look forward to presenting the area variance application in front of the zoning board. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to let Cyrus walk you through the details, but that sums it up, and hopefully that's sufficient. And again, Lori, if you have questions, I know you did not hear everything we went through last time. I'm happy to do it if you and the chair would like.
Thanks, David. So just to summarize for the board, we kind of had three separate scenarios. There was the last legal, which was 144% of allowable. When the property was bought, I believe they bought it at 172%,
Correct.
given the work that had already been done. And then the applicants came in with a proposal for 176. So now they're coming back with getting rid of the proposed addition since the 172 and actually removing some down to 166% of allowable. Is that correct?
165.
165. Okay. And so the ask is to be able to go to the ZBA to see if they can get the variance. And I know that's holding up a lot of the other work that needs to be done in order to continue with the proposal. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right, great. With that in mind, we'll start with Lori. Do you have any questions?
Not particularly about the project, because I had been at the prior meeting and I looked over the notes from the last one. I guess my only question is, when you go to purchase the home, does it not show a difference between the current state of the home with, let's say, for instance, even just the hot tub, which wasn't recorded with the village? What was it not noted through purchasing it that existed?
So,
What?
so as we walked the board through in some detail at the last session, there was actually a rather extensive review of the building department files, Lori. There was a certificate of occupancy for an quote outdoor pool. And there was a question raised about whether that was really the hot tub. As I explained to the board at the last session, our firm was not involved in the acquisition. We were not real estate counsel here. However, based upon the information we got from both our clients and the real estate attorney, she actually went to the building department, made an inquiry, and maybe was left with a misimpression, but was led to believe that the information that she had in her hand regarding the outdoor pool was in fact the hot tub. So my clients and their attorney had absolutely no reason to believe that the Mateos, who were selling them the home, had unlawfully expanded the rear yard between 2006 and 2021. And that is indeed what occurred. They processed a variance in 06. They got to, as Mike just explained, 142, but they kept going. And they built a patio and a deck around the hot tub. And apparently, as a result of that, they got to 172% coverage.
Okay, thank you.
So, any questions?
I see you did reduce it from 176% down to 165, so seemingly you're acting in good faith, and I would have no objection to referring you to the ZBA at this point.
Thank you. Lori, do you have any? Doug started the poll there. Do you have any objections to having them go to the ZBA?
No.
No? Mike?
Not right now. Let's see what Mike has.
Yeah. So it's my understanding that if they go to the ZBA, and the ZBA does grant the variance, they'll have to return to us to present us with the information that we've asked for and they declined to produce unless their variance is granted. Is that right, David?
Mike, I'm not sure what you're, so I'm not sure what you're asking or what you're stating.
Well, you'll have to return, if your variance is granted by the ZBA, you'll have to return to us as the planning board, correct?
That's going to be a question for Ed, because we're no
Yes.
longer. I'm sorry,
We still haven't done the pool on all the safety stuff, which we.
the safety stuff for sure. Yes, absolutely. That's,
So the drainage, as a courtesy of not spending any more of their money until they get past the zoning board. We discussed last month that we would just have Cyrus say it's all achievable and move it along from there.
and just point of information, Ed,
Yeah.
are the pool details building department review, or is that planning department, planning board
There's
review?
pool, there's drainage, there's tree protection,
It's
there's.
quite a bit of stuff.
So,
Although
so
the
the answer, the answer to Mike's question is Cyrus will be back to process whatever needs to be in the event we're successful obtaining the variance.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so I just want to make it clear that if I decide that to agree to send this to the ZBA, I'm not judging who, if anyone, is at fault for not noticing this. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with the presentation. But I would then be in favor of sending it to the ZBA.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I'm of the same opinion. I do have one question actually for Ed that just popped into my head
Go ahead.
after your question, Mike. If this was an application for the work that was done by the prior owner, part of that would have been landscaping, and they're adding all of this coverage. We obviously haven't had that conversation, and we've been holding up the rest of the conversation because of going to the ZBA. Is that something that we would still have afterwards? Should we
So
be
one of
having
the
it now?
requirements in the pool code is screening from the neighbors.
Okay.
They could probably demonstrate that it's fine right now, but they'll have to demonstrate it.
Great. Okay, any questions from the public?
Nobody is raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Let's take a quick,
Audio.
oh, anyone?
No.
In person? Great, let's do another quick check. If you're in favor of sending them to the ZBA?
Yeah.
Yes, in favor. Yes.
Yes. I think that that does it.
Thank you all. We appreciate it. We will be back after we complete the ZBA process, hopefully successfully.
Thanks, David.
Thanks. Good to see you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, number 2. That would be 2023-18, 18 Hillside Terrace.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can see you too.
My name is Christian Lanza from Lawless and John Architects. I'm here to represent Saul and Hedy Golubka for 18 Hillside Terrace. Let me open the drawings here. So at our last meeting, we had a few open items. One of them was to address the floodplain to show it on the site plan. Another one was to address the existing drainage on the property, the existing house. And third but not least was to address the lot coverage table, which was incorrectly done the last time. At this point, we just want to go over any questions that you may have. I want to show you what we have addressed. We have been working closely with Han Engineering to do all the test bits and the existing soil conditions. We located the existing leaders going on the ground into a basically a hole underneath the driveway filled with debris. That's how the existing house was being drained. And we addressed that by putting 6 new dry wells that will handle the runoff water of not just the addition, but also the existing property and all impervious surfaces on the property. Which you can see here, they're being installed underneath the driveway, and all the calculations are on the last page. We only need 4.4 units, 5 units, but we are putting 6 just to be on the safe side. To show you really quick also the lot coverage calculation, the lot coverage table. These numbers have been revised. And we put the ranking, 1 being the most affected coverage, the neighboring properties. We are a number 6, so we are not either the highest or the lowest based on the size of our lot. And at this point, I'm just looking for a review to see if we can get referred to the zoning board for the lot coverage that we are over of 289 square feet.
Okay, thank you very much. Doug, we were talking about the drainage and the soil, that's all been resolved.
Yes.
And the coverage issue, there was some numbers that were incorrect, Ed, that's all fixed.
Also,
And the water permits are all in,
Yep, everything's submitted and looks.
looks okay.
Yep.
And the critical thing with the trees is that the black gum tree, if you bring up the site plan again.
This
Right
one?
about the root protection is critical because you're going to be doing a lot of work right near it. And it should be rather secure so that it's not run over. The little fence that's around it could easily be run over, so make sure that's in a secure manner.
Yes, we actually have put notes in here that specifies how all the property will be protected. They're going to be putting down plywood, wood chips. Everything is spelled out on the notes, and we will make sure that the contractor awarded the project, that he will follow this to specific instructions.
Okay, thank you very much. Lori, do you have any questions on this?
No question.
Dan?
I have none. No questions.
Mike Smith, Mike Lutucco.
No questions.
Sarah, any public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay. Mary Ann, do we have a resolution?
Whereas in June 2023, Saul Golubkow applied for site development plan approval to construct a 1-story addition and deck in addition to the driveway and a stormwater system at his house at 18 Hillside Terrace. And whereas the proposed construction exceeds permitted coverage and therefore requires a variance from the zoning board of appeals. Whereas the proposed construction requires water course and wetlands permits. Han Engineering reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated June 2nd, June 20th, and July 31st, made several comments which were addressed in subsequent submissions. Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated June 5th and June 30th, made several recommendations which were complied with. And was the planning board held a public hearing on the application on June 7th, July 5th, August 2nd, and September 6th, 2023. Han Engineering reviewed the watercourse and wetland permit submissions, and in its September 1st, 2023 memorandum determined that all requirements for the permits were satisfied. Whereas the action's type 2 action under SECR and therefore requires no environmental review, now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the applications for water bodies and watercourses permit under Article 23 of the zoning code, a freshwater wetlands permit under Article 25 of the zoning code, and site development plan approval for the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled proposed one-story addition and interior remodeling at Hillside Terrace, prepared by Lawless and Mangione Architects Engineers. The sheets are detailed, subject to receiving a coverage variance from the ZBA.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any questions on the resolution as written?
No.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, you're all set. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
fixing some yes for, and hope it all goes well.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
And we're going on to number 3, that's 2020-24, 34 Lewis Road.
If you're here to make the representative.
Is anybody there?
Yes.
Any chance to go out and look at?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. And do I press share screen?
Would be a good idea.
Okay. You sure? Let's see. Okay.
Don't push the construct button.
Okay. Are you seeing my screen or not yet?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Oh, you are good. Okay. So let me run slideshow from the beginning. So yeah, I think you're very familiar with what we're dealing with here. We have three components really that we're trying to address. I think one is resolved, although I might be mistaken, and that's that we have a new utility pole with a meter on it. And one of the things we had to do was make sure that we were screening that properly. The landscape architect has been in contact with Suzanne Nolan. I think they're in agreement. Let's see, quickly going through some of the stuff. This was the approved site plan. I don't think we have to spend time on this. This is where we were August 2nd, 2023. And here's what we submitted for this meeting. Is this thing? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Okay. We went out, actually the three things. One is the tree or the telephone pole, the utility pole. Second thing is we proposed fencing, and the fencing along the path to Halsey Pond has a stone wall base. And we also have proposed having a short staircase coming off the deck onto the grade so that people can walk from the deck down to the ground. So those are the three things that we're looking for. The issue with the stone wall was the wall kind of runs into a fairly substantial tree that we want to preserve. The suggestion was to stop the wall and jog around the tree with the fence, not having the wall follow that. I know that there's been conversations with Suzanne and I believe the building department that they might want us to do that a different way. We'll do whatever the preference is. The second thing with this that came up was we put a string that was set 5 feet back from the snow fence, which is on the property line. And I think the feeling was, since the intent is to put most of the landscaping on the private side of the fence and wall, that we shouldn't increase the size of the area that won't be heavily landscaped. It's better to have more landscaping on the site. So the exact location of that wall, I think, is something that is to be determined. And I think it's being a suggestion that's coming from Suzanne Nolan and the building department, which we will comply with. So if I go to the next thing, one of the concerns was we are increasing our coverage because of the stone wall. This is showing what those calculations are. I think I do it bigger here. So what we are permitted by code was 6,365. What we had before was 6,208. What we now have with the stone wall and fence is 6,997. My understanding is we need a variance for that. And we're looking to get referred to the zoning board for their next meeting if the planning board feels that we're ready for that. Okay, let's see. So going back to what we're talking about, here's a detail that's showing the 32-inch tulip, how we were planning to put just a fence around it, so we didn't have anything within, I think, 10 feet of the tree itself. I think that would be a good way to protect it. We have the details for the fencing, the 6-foot fence and the 4-foot fence on top of the 2-foot wall. This was the landscaping plan, which has been revised by Susan Janchel. My understanding, and I think she's got a note to the effect, is that there's no reduction in the number of plants. And if you look at this, I actually think we're maybe crazy that we're planting so much. But I know there's a real desire both by the applicant, the owner, and by the village to have good screening between the private house and the public walkway to Halsey Pond. So I guess everybody's in agreement with that, I'm hoping. I kind of blew up that landscaping a little bit so you can kind of see how dense it is and the significance of the trees that are involved. We are planting a lot of native trees. This was all been worked out between Susan and Suzanne so that we're putting trees in locations that are compatible with existing trees to strengthen them. This is the list. I can't go through this because I can't pronounce most of the Latin accurately. But if anybody has any questions about it, I think it's a very healthy list. I believe that the board has already kind of given a good look at this. So I don't think there's any question about the material that's being proposed. One thing I was asked to do was to kind of show, these are photographs that we took of the exact condition of the site now. You can see the string, which is that's 5 foot back from here. That runs all the way along. And then this is the landscaping that's actually proposed in there, what you'd see from that same location. I beg you to not pay attention to the spacing on the fence. The person that was doing this rendering meant well, but I don't think we want a kind of staggered relationship. The detail shows that these posts will be 6 feet on center. Here's look straight on from Halsey Pond walkway. The existing condition of the house, it's nearing completion. This is what the landscaping is that's proposed right in that location. Here's another one as we get kind of towards the end. And this is what the fence coming up. This is where it actually jogs in around that tree. And here's all the way to the end. I think I'm standing here where Caesar and I were maybe a couple of weeks ago looking at where water was coming down the hill. We've since put straw bales in, and I think that has been mitigated properly. But this is where we're standing. It's kind of at the end. This is the last post in that row. And that's what it would look like with the landscaping that's proposed with the wall and the fence in place. Do you want me to walk you through that staircase?
Okay,
Yes?
yes.
Okay. So what we're proposing to do is to add a staircase here on the end of the deck that's about a half flight that'll come down to the grade. That's a raised grade from what it was before, but it's what we showed. Here's a little bit bigger detail of it. This is a fairly steep sloping area. So our proposal is to put boulders in 3 rows of boulders there to build this up. So it's an engineered slope. so that we get the change in level between the area down here and there without it being subject to erosion. And this is, actually, these are just two elevations that don't show you much, but they're just going to include them. And if I can get this to move. Yeah, this is the side with the boulders in the ground and the staircase coming down to grade. You know, what happens here is when you come off the bottom of the stairs, it'd be walking towards where, you know, we're sitting, looking at this image, and you actually come around. So it's not walking down the slope, you're walking around on a nice traverse that takes you down to the lower grade. This shows some details for the stairs. The stairs are going to match the detailing for the deck and the railings. So that'll all fit in. We still have to go to the Architectural Review Board because we have proposed changing the fencing, the railing from being vertical pieces of metal to being glass. And these, I think you've already seen. I don't think you need me to show you any more of that stuff. And well, this is the utility pole with a meter. The idea is to have 4 American hollies set away around this, a distance off that it doesn't interfere with people coming, reading the meter or having to work on it. It looks from this photo that this would be right on top of that, but with the driveway. But the reality is the driveway comes in about where this rock is and actually curves to the right in this photograph. So we've got about 12 to 14 feet from the pole to the edge of the driveway. So I don't think that will be a problem with that. And we have been asked to, take some pictures of some other fences in Irvington that are on stone walls. And I think that is the end.
Hold that picture with the utility box. Now, when you curve from what we're looking at to the right, which would be from the left if you're coming out.
Yep.
There's a curve and a catch basin out there.
Right. The driveway.
Going to miss the catch basin.
Right. It comes, actually what happens is the catch basin will be about 2 feet off of the end of the driveway. So it actually, if there's water that's coming down there, it's going into that catch basin, which of course we've got this incredibly unusual situation. Normally we'd be thinking that catch basin is a municipal catch basin that we don't have anything to do with, but of course it's actually on the property owner's property, and they are the ones who have accepted the responsibility recently for maintaining it.
That's not totally true, Patty.
What's
Maintaining just a catch basin. If you're adding water to that catch basin, we need to know the volumes.
okay? I mean, it's
So
not different than what we had before.
You'll have to provide evidence that if you're altering that basin and you're altering, we need to provide that.
Not altering anything. The driveway is effectively the same as it was before. My only point.
Effectively doesn't mean exactly.
Yes, sir.
Wait a second. Are you changing the driveway from the plans that we previously approved?
No, he mentioned he's pushing it a little further over, which he liked last month. But
Pushing the catch basin?
But
No.
now he's saying it's catch basin and adding to it. That's
We're
what he
not
alluded
touching the catch basin. We're shoving the driveway over about 3 to 4 feet so that it comes down where it's straight here. It will start to curve to the left.
Hold it. You said you're moving the driveway 3 feet. Is that moving it from what we approved whenever we approved the site?
3 to 4 feet, yes,
It's different than what we've previously approved.
correct.
We reviewed that last month.
But we reviewed that and.
We reviewed that last month. We were okay with that.
But
It's
there's,
just, all of a sudden Patty has a conversation about the catch basin and contributing more water to it. And that was never reviewed because it was never seen that they were altering that catch basin.
We're not
Are you-
altering the catch basin.
Okay, then that's fine.
well, there is an issue, I think, with this stairway. I don't.
When did
think
that stairway get?
that was mentioned, because as I recall, the cover letter and what we reviewed was the electrical panel moving
The
and
fence.
the fence, and that's what all this we had a resolution ready to go, but doesn't cover the stairs, and I don't know if that's additional coverage.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Patty, it wasn't ballooned and it wasn't referenced in your letter.
This
I
is,
don't-
the-
I thought we had it in the letter for the last meeting. I'll check. I mean, it's not, we're obviously not concealing it. We're the ones showing it.
Yeah, but you didn't mention, I don't recall the stairwell being in the conversation at our last
No,
meeting.
and how much coverage does it add?
It's included in our coverage. It's about 18 feet.
Okay,
but it was included in the coverage?
is that
Yeah.
swap for coverage that the
Yes.
wall previously had?
Yep,
It doesn't.
yep,
So you removed 18 square feet from the wall, but added stairs in the interim.
exactly. What we really cut back was the size of the deck. Because the wall always was coming through there, but we had the deck sticking out past that. And we've cut the deck back so that when you're like, you feel like there's a kind of relationship of the stairs to the deck with that wall coming down to the site.
Can we see the back of the house again, please?
Let's
What-
see the deck.
I'm assuming that these are the back.
How about the actual photo?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but I think he said he took it from back.
Patty, if you took the coverage from the deck, then you should still have another 18 square feet less than what you had last month, no?
We are less than we were. We only did these calculations once, which were before the last meeting. We haven't changed anything between the two meetings.
Yeah, but if you took the coverage from the deck and added the stairs and you deducted the wall coverage, you should still have less coverage than you had last month, but you're saying you have the same?
The wall doesn't change. If you look at this drawing, the deck previously came straight across here. We've
Oh, I
cut,
mean, the wall, the new wall, the proposed wall along the property line.
oh, no, we're definitely much higher than that. That's, I'll get to, Lori's comment in a minute, because now I'll find the photographs. If I go back to that list of stuff. So here, we've shown, those things here. And it's not clear.
Because now you're not missing the gap in the wall where the tree is on that diagram there.
Right. So we've cut some of that out. We cut this out and we were less than what we're saying in the 6,997. So we'll be specific on that and get it exactly right and identify that on this drawing as well. But let me get back to the photographs. Okay, so this is the back of the house. Is this what you were looking for, Lori?
Yeah. So you just said you were reducing the deck a little to put the stairs on. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, let me see if I can find an actual picture that shows. No, it's not going to show it very well. I might be able
But
to.
regardless, the deck is partially up right now, correct? That's what I'm
The
seeing.
deck is full, the deck is fully up with the reduced section at the south end. So it's been
Okay.
built in anticipation for this. There are people who are impetuous. Obviously, we know that it has to be whatever you guys approve. And if people have to change something, but of course, what we're doing is actually reduced coverage. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, that was one question. And then I did go out there and I saw the line for the fence and I'm a little confused as you get to the end, closer to the pond. Does the wall turn? I didn't see another
No.
string.
No, it does. The wall doesn't turn. It ends at this post that you see here. And
Okay,
then-
so it's meant to go along the public path.
right. And then what happens is you get a short section of just the 6-foot fence coming in off the end of the stone wall and fence. And then that turns and goes up inside the property line In this picture, it would be receding from you, going, just inside the property line all the way up the hill.
And what's that fence made out of?
That's the same metal fence.
No stone.
No stone.
Okay. Okay. So basically you end with the stone post at that corner and then you have the metal going back.
Well, we didn't really have a stone post, but if you wanted us to add a stone post, we could do that.
Oh, I see. It's a stone, the stone wall just ends
That's
and then,
Yeah.
okay.
Seems kind of
I was-
anticlimactic,
I was just trying to imagine what that looked like.
Yeah.
He did. I was gonna ask the same question, Lori, what happened, and now you're putting a fence from that, well, approximately where that, the steel rod is.
Exactly.
Heading, I would guess, east. Do we need to know what that fence, don't we need to know what that fence is, or Ed, do you get to approve that fence?
Well, the ARB would approve that, but I would assume it matches the other one to 6 foot high.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we don't need to know what that particular
Well,
fence looks.
I think you're entitled to know, and we've given you exactly what it is on this drawing. So we've got,
Is there any place in what you've now submitted that articulates that the fence is going to exist and what it's gonna exist like?
I'm showing the picture of the fence right now.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
is there any place in what you submitted that shows the picture that you've got your little arrow on is going to proceed east along the property line?
Yeah, right here.
Okay,
So the idea, this is 4 foot high on top of 2 foot. So the top of the fence is consistent. And it just goes from being 4 foot of steel on 2 foot of stone to 6 foot of metal, and then it continues up the hill 6 foot.
that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, it's 6
Someplace
foot,
where it shows that that's what you're doing.
So
yeah,
the red, the fence,
right. The red
and
fence,
then it
Yep.
ties all the way around the house, because I
Yep.
see that red go all the way around.
yep. And then there's another fence which comes up along the driveway, which is the blue fence. And that is just the 4 foot fence with no stone wall. That's really to keep the dogs in the backyard.
Now, could you go to the picture as you're entering where the garbage pail is, where you can see the wood fence and the string at the same time? The picture that,
Okay, I'm not sure which one it is, but I'm sure we'll come across.
it's
there.
right that one.
Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but from that photograph, the string represents the rear base of the wall, and it's going to extend out 2.5 feet, but not touch the wooden fence property line.
Correct, except that what you just said, that it wasn't that. Originally, when we put the string up, it was the center of the stone wall. It was where the fence would be. The recommendation, I believe, from the village's landscape architect and from the landscape architect working for the owner is exactly what you just said. The string would be the back of the stone wall, so that the distance from the bottom of the stone wall to the fence, the wood fence, would be about 2.5 feet.
Okay, how do we memorialize that location in words someplace? So that the fence doesn't move from what we just talked about?
I think, we can give a detail, or it can be in the resolution. Obviously, nobody should build a fence here until the surveyor comes out and stakes it.
Patty, isn't that what's on the plan? Doesn't the plan show the location of the wall?
It showed the location of the wall with the fence centered 5 feet off of the line. So what we have done now is we're saying that this will be instead of 5 feet between the wood snow fence and the face of the stone wall, there will now be like 3 feet from the fence, the snow fence, to the stone wall.
So you're moving the stone wall from where it is on the plans now?
Correct. I think, I'm not really sure, but I think the suggestion was I didn't need to change that for this submission, as long as that we all understood what we were going to do. And I'll admit, I don't totally understand, because I really wasn't in the conversation. I think that was Susan, and I don't know if there was anybody else from the village in the conversation.
Well, the resolution, as any resolution, is drafted to match the plan. It says this is what's approved, and if you're gonna move it,
And it has to be proposed and come back.
yeah. I don't know how
5
we,
feet is whatever, what we was discussed at the last 2 meetings, right? So why would you change it now?
It was a suggestion that was made after the last meeting.
No, I want to make sure that we have a full understanding of where it's going to be. Right now, the plans say the center line is this is where the string is.
Right, and that string is 5 feet from the snow fence. We're all confused about where the property line is. It's from that line, that dash with 3 dot line that you're seeing. It's 5 feet from that line, which is a 15-foot offset to the heavy line that's in the middle. It doesn't matter. We know where those lines are. We know where the path is. So it's going to be the way it's drawn on this drawing. It would be 5 feet from that dash, the 3 dots in the dash, to the center of the stone wall. The stone wall being 2.5 feet thick. If we move it so the back face of the wall is where the string is, that moves the wall 1 foot 3 inches closer to the dash with 3 dots. And that's something we are willing to do. And I think it makes sense.
How far is the front toe of the wall from the property?
Right now, we
were talking, if the back of the stone wall is the string, the front toe of the wall is how far from the property?
3'9".
Did you add that to the resolution then?
What?
Or
Why did it change?
yeah, I don't get.
Okay, let him come back.
I'll tell you my issue. Not only the drawings, is Suzanne's latest memo reads, and Suzanne was the one who's supposed to review this. The applicant, the remainder of the fence will be 2 foot high stone wall with 4 foot high metal fence topper as shown on the revised sheet A1.
Right.
So that's what she looked at. And is this revised sheet A1?
Let's see. This is A1.
And what's the fence location on A1?
The fence location on the center of the fence location on A1 is 5 feet from that dashed dot line. Suzanne was recommending that we change that dimension. I don't think you have, I don't think there's a big issue here, because that's the dimension that we're given is the one we're going to do. It's not shown here dimension.
We're gonna have to see the plans altered so we know by the plans where the wall's gonna be. I mean, it's a significant piece of this property. And
Right.
not know
Yeah,
the
but
plans, other than a verbal, oh, it's gonna be moved a couple of feet. I don't think we're gonna do that.
we proposed something, the village consultant made a recommendation. We said,
I'm not saying we disagree with the moving the wall, it's just not on the plans. And if it's not on the plans, it may not happen the way it was discussed.
No,
These are the-
Suzanne-
yeah, good.
Yeah, Suzanne's memo was written September 1st, a couple days ago. And she said the fence is fine where it is shown on the plans.
On plan
And
A1,
we're all comfortable with that.
yeah, but on the plan is not the way it's said.
Well, no,
I know.
Caesar,
No, but he keeps saying Suzanne told him to move it, but I'm telling you.
it was a suggestion and we agreed to it. The difference, here's what I think is being missed. There's stuff covering up the bottom of this, so I can't see what the scale is. I think it's 1:20. And we don't have dimensions on that fence. And this dotted line here and the edge of that fence, I'm sure that if we actually scaled that, it would be 5 feet. But the difference in the drawing of this is something that you cannot really see. You'd have to use a magnifying glass to see the difference of 1'3" shifting the wall. And I wasn't sure, in fact, when I came in and I asked questions about what we're supposed to be setting it at, the idea, what I was told was move the wall so that it's where the string is on the back. And I think that makes perfect sense. I believe Suzanne was even talking about wanting it to be closer to the path. So, what I'm basically saying is if somebody tells me exactly where they would like the wall to be positioned, we will put that information on the drawing and we'll submit it.
Yeah.
It doesn't show. We're not in disagreement. My concern is what is verbally agreed on is not in the plans.
I agree.
And that's not gonna work.
Well, it will be in the plans before you're approving it.
Well, we were gonna approve it tonight, but now we're not.
Okay, well, I thought I needed to get the variance before anything was approved.
We were gonna give a resolution pending.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but
Now we're not gonna do that.
yeah,
Ed?
Yeah.
Why don't you-
So Susan, we're talking about this much,
Yeah, I know.
and how many acres?
I have a question.
They
about
could go to the
this.
ZBA and come back.
Yeah, but
Okay.
why would we want the wall closer to the path?
Ed has an answer for that.
I do.
What's the answer?
What was the answer?
I'm not giving it, Ed, you give the answer. I don't understand it.
I think bring it anywhere within the property line, as long as it's on their property, we're okay with. We were worried that there would be, one, not enough room for plantings, then Parks Department didn't want to maintain any plantings between the building, the property line and the wall.
Mhm.
So at that point, it's up to how you guys feel about the width of the path. So if that you want to move it closer, get more plants on the back, because we don't want to, Parks Department doesn't want any plants in front,
Mhm.
because they'll just be destroyed.
I don't necessarily agree with that
Yeah, fine.
personally. I'd rather the wall be further from the path. It's pretty imposing when you look at the photos,
Leave where it is.
honestly. So plant grasses or something that don't barely have to be maintained, but I don't want it closer to the path. I think it's more imposing.
It's a good point too.
Okay, let me canvass the board on that issue. Now, everybody, I asked the planning board to go out and look at the string and the wooden fence and have an opinion about where the wall should be. Lori obviously has an opinion. And Dan,
Well, I do agree with you, but the trees are so imposing on the west side as you're walking down the path towards the pond, it might be nice to have a little more breathing room.
so you're looking for the wall to be,
Plants on the trees on the west side are gorgeous.
Yes, yeah, I mean,
They're
they're
all-
very overgrown.
This is the other side of the pathway,
Right,
but they're in pretty much decline.
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Totally.
you want, you want the wall furthest from, like Lori said? Where it is now, meaning the center line of the string.
Well, it's like what Ed said, where who's gonna maintain that, and what's true about Lori, you want a nice glorious path, so. It's difficult to say, but I would say,
So plant grass, leave it, I'm not against Lori's decision. It's just gonna push the plants more close, which could be nice too.
yeah, either way, it might work out, so I'm
Yeah.
flexible and,
Okay.
either way is fine.
Mike Smith,
So my first,
Yeah, go ahead.
let's take the wall right now.
So can you show me where the construction buffer is? I mean, the conservation buffer, not the construction.
Yeah, it's on, you can see it on this plan. This is the conservation buffer line. So that comes across here and goes up, it comes across here and goes up, comes all the way around. So,
So how far is that line from where the wall is currently?
Meaning on the
Roughly.
string.
On-
Meaning on the
Yeah, well,
string.
from the
center,
string,
yeah,
it would be about, the wall, the string is about in the middle of the 40-foot conservation buffer.
all right, so it's about a 20, okay.
So
And-
we were 15 feet plus 5 feet. And that was where we were putting the string. And that's 20 and it's a 40-foot buffer. So we had 20 feet on the other side.
Okay, so in general, I would agree with Lori because that the further back it is, the better it would be. What I don't know is why Suzanne, whose opinion I respect a lot, would have made the other suggestion. So
Yeah, I think I can, because I was in the field with everybody when this was being discussed. I can recount what the conversation was, which was that since the village has already indicated it does not want, I mean, my original plan had trees and shrubs on the village's side. And the Parks Department said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to take on the responsibility of maintaining those trees and those shrubs. So at that point, Suzanne was thinking, with nothing being planted in that zone, that it would be better to move the wall over, and you'd have more room for the landscaping on the backside of the fence.
okay. So
And
now
I don't think it makes a difference myself.
Okay, so now I go back to Mary Ann, because in the conservation buffer, assuming there was no fence, whose responsibility would it have been under I assume there was the conservation easement? Whose responsibility would it have been to take care of the property within the conservation buffer?
It was the property owner. but-
That's
Property
what I have to say this. I think it says that Ed Marin has to maintain it. I'm
No,
joking.
you-
I'm joking.
What I mean is,
Really not a good move.
what I mean is, there's the property line,
Yeah,
but inside the property line to the conservation buffer line, that would be the responsibility of the homeowner to maintain,
Even though it's on the other side of the fence.
even though it's on the other side of the fence.
Point.
That's my point.
I
And
think,
so
yeah, go ahead.
if that's the case, then I would agree with Lori, because then it's not the village who has to maintain it on the other side of the fence, where it's the homeowner who has to maintain it wherever the fence is.
And obviously, I do not disagree with that, but I do know the practicality and reality of things like that. And what'll happen is that will just be more space that's public on that side. And it will not, it'll be maintained to the extent that the Parks Department is able to do so. Here's another thing. I can also see all of a sudden, if we've got people going up and down along there, cutting the grasses, because I agree with Lori, the grasses would be great there, but you still need to cut them back every year. And all of a sudden, what's going to happen is Ed Marin's going to get a phone call saying that the people who live down there are cutting the grass on the village's property. So it's,
Or vice versa.
Well, but it won't be on the village's property. It'll be on the
Conservation.
homeowner's property.
He's proposing this much, you guys are proposing this
It
much.
doesn't,
So
what I'm concerned about is
they get maintained.
we're somehow changing the terms of the conservation easement. And I don't have it in front of me. I don't know how to address that. I don't want,
Well, in
the
this
conversation-
resolution, we're not saying anything about maintenance. I mean, so
Well, no,
I
but the
don't think, because I know what you're saying is that.
So what's your opinion? It should stay on the string. You're agreeing with Laura.
I'm agreeing with Lori.
Mike Bufuco?
Yeah, as someone who has a fence in town property
Permits.
with proper permits,
Make sure we get that clear.
I think there's one consideration, and it's something I've experienced, is that once there's a fence, people feel more invited to put their trash there. If we went along our block, there'd be no trash in everyone's property. On the other side of my fence, always trash. When I was walking down Lewis Road today, I already saw like empty water bottles along the path on the other side. The more space between the path and the wall, the easier it is to hide your trash. And so I think that I would bring it as close to the path as possible to avoid that issue. It's going to happen.
Interesting.
We have a split opinion here.
But-
Well, I think
Yeah.
closer to the. Daniel, there's a second vote.
No, in light of what Mike said about people and human nature, and it's a public space right nearby, seemingly the further away, the better, the closer to.
I think it's still far enough removed from. It'll be further back from the wood fence that's there now.
Right.
I mean, I will say my other preference is to see plantings on both sides of the wall because that helps
Somebody
the
has to
wall,
come in, like,
but my husband loves to garden.
okay, Patty, this is the thing.
Yeah,
To let you go to the ZBA for the variance, but you gotta come back with the wall moved to the closer position. The edge position, which would be the toe of the whale is the toe of the wall, not the whale. Would be the string. The back toe would be the string.
back toe of the wall is where the string is. So back toe of the wall is 5 feet from the 30-foot easement.
What
Back
else?
of the snow fence.
Yeah.
From the snow.
Yeah,
Don't complicate.
You need to show dimensions on the plan that define that location.
I'll add a detail on this sheet that actually shows the edge of the walkway, the location of the stone wall, and the specific dimension that the toe of the wall will be from that line.
Okay. And you got the fact that it's an American holly. I'm glad you did that.
What do you see, sir?
The screening for the election.
Around the electrical
Yeah.
box.
We're not doing the resolution, Mary Ann, we're just letting him go to the, it'll be less work next time.
Yeah, and what about the stairs?
On the stairs, what was the coverage? Oh, by the way, the
Yeah.
planting plan on A1. Go to A1,
A1 or L1?
A1. What, the A1 is what, Suzanne, that, is that the revised planting plan from what
This-
we originally,
Yes,
because of the wall location?
right.
But revised only in location of the plantings, not in the character.
The nature of the plantings remained the same. The number remained the same. There was some shifting stuff around just because that's what the landscape architects do. You know, the reality is this is such a densely planted area. I think they're gonna be, you know, almost struggling to fit the number of trees in.
Okay, and what was the coverage on the landing?
18 feet.
18.
On the stairs, 18 feet.
And you're saying that because the deck was reduced and because there's less wall,
The net result was a reduction from what we asked for. But I,
Highlighted on the missing.
Yeah, and just make sure the coverage numbers are right, the net.
yeah,
When you come
we'll,
back-
we'll actually put that, well, I'll add that specific information on that sheet so that it calls out the stairs with the footprint and all that. So we'll have exactly what that number is.
okay, and you mentioned in the, where the tulip tree is, the break in the wall.
Yep.
You said we're going to discuss if we like what you're proposing. Well, if you change what's on the plan, you have to come back. So make sure what's on the plan is what you're going to do.
Well, I like having the little break and having the gates and the
I agree.
fence there. I think that's an interesting thing. And I could imagine living in the house and saying, I want to walk down to Halsey Pond and I wouldn't want to have to climb over the fence.
I presume there's going to be a gate there. Does
Yeah,
that
I
plan-
show that on that detail. It actually shows 2 gates.
Okay. Okay, I think we have a plan. Laura, you okay with them going to the ZBA?
Yeah.
Dan,
Absolutely.
I'm okay. Mike Smith
Yes.
and Mike V.
Yes.
Okay, you have to come back with the exact wall location. Refine the coverage, so Ed is happy with the coverage, that it's not more than what we originally approved.
Yep.
And to reiterate what we talked about at the last meeting. The reason, mostly new construction, you have to meet code because it's new. And in this case, you're going for a variance on coverage, because if you put a plain fence without a stone wall, there would not be a coverage problem. From what I
Correct.
understand.
Yeah,
And a plain fence with no wall is just not as nice as what you're proposing, the stone wall with the fence on top. So given the nature of the improvement, the visual improvement, that I think this board is okay with the excess coverage that you need a variance for.
Excellent.
And I think that would be something you want to say to the ZBA that, hey, we could have put a fence in and it would not look as aesthetic as the wall. And you know, we're sticking to the code, but it's going to look lousy. So I don't think, well, certainly myself and this board is not in agreement with, you got to stick to code and it's going to look lousy. So we're not doing that. And I hope the ZBA agrees with that. I think we're done. Any public, Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
We're all asleep. Hey, we use your credit card and ordered lunch, breakfast.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think we're done. Any other comments? No, okay. Hopefully you get it ready. When is the ZBA? Does the ZBA meet before our next meeting?
Yeah, their meeting is the Tuesday at the end of the month.
Okay, so you will have what they say when you come back with the wall and the coverage fixed.
Yep,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
That was number 3. Number 4. Number 4, 2023-21, 15 Henrik Lane South.
Good evening, all. Can you see me? Let's see.
No?
Good evening. How are you? My name is Gene Vitrano. I'm here representing Dr. and Mr. I apologize, Dr. and Mrs. Luther for a sunroom addition to their home. I received review comments from your engineer this morning. Do you want me to address those comments? Or do you want me to go back to the cover letter that I submitted with the resubmission of drawings?
Well, if did in your resubmission, and I'm fairly sure that the undocumented items have not yet been included in the coverage calculations. Is that correct, Ed?
Correct.
You have undocumented, I'm not sure I have the whole list in front of me, the shed, the fountain and pool, the curbing.
So the shed is on a concrete slab that was previously in the coverage. That was, let me share my screen if I may.
Well, it's
So that would be the shed, I believe, is a swap in coverage. That's.
Right, it's a swap in coverage, correct.
But it's still on this application for FAR.
That's correct, FAR, yep. Let me share this screen if I may.
Ed,
Yeah, a patio is allowed to be within 4 feet of a property line, a shed is not.
Okay,
So the shed is in the side yard setback.
can you see the screen? Can you see my screen?
Excuse me 1 second. Let me get something clear with the building department. They still have undocumented items that are not part of their coverage calculation.
Correct.
So I'm not sure why we should proceed if they haven't done what we asked them to do at the last meeting.
So there's not much you can do without the numbers being correct.
Correct,
You can't even get them to the zoning board of appeals until the numbers are correct.
correct.
So this meeting should be short.
That's my point.
So Ed, you're saying that the
Excuse
shed takes the place of the
Excuse
slab,
me,
correct?
Let me finish my point of view.
Certainly.
It seems we're at the same point we were at the last meeting when we asked for the coverage to be fixed and include the undocumented things that were articulated, much like the curbing and the fountain. And that still hasn't been done. So I'm not sure what else we can do. I mean, you haven't done what we asked.
I took the last, am I sharing my screen or not? Can you let me know if
Yes,
Yes.
we can see the picture.
you can see the drawings?
No, we can see a aerial photograph.
Yes, Chris. Let me go back to, I contacted the building department and they provided me with the previous survey from Riley Surveyors, who, as you know, now is out of business. So they provided me with this survey, right? And also along with that, they provided me with documentation that a previous area variance was approved by the ZBA. And when we ran the calculations, the only thing that was not in there was the new summum. Everything else added up to the variance that they requested. This
Where's
is the
the
only
full
thing I
numbers?
had to go by. It was that. And then I took the new survey. Right, we had Ward Carpenter come in and perform a new survey. And we based all of our coverage calculations off of this survey. The fountain is included in our chart. The shed is included because that was on an existing slab. I'll go to the chart. Let me find that.
The
Right, so
fountain
here's,
should be,
I'm
the
sorry.
fountain should be,
I'm
the
sorry.
fountain should be proposed coverage.
So at the bottom of the checklist, it says provide a diagram of the coverage. You didn't do that. And it's very difficult for us to do a complete review without a diagram of coverage. Okay, you see it says lot coverage checklist on the bottom there, right above your signature.
Yep.
So if you provide that, maybe this conversation will clear itself up.
So let me ask you something, if I may, Ed. What am I going to use to calculate what was previously approved if the only survey that I have, the only document
As-built
Is it
survey on the
PDF?
final.
is this
So the
PDF?
as-built survey you have will be your existing conditions. And the survey that you had commissioned will be your proposed. Plus the changes of the deck and sunroom.
Yeah,
Right,
so
so-
the fountain would be proposed because it was undocumented.
Correct.
The mechanical equipment would be proposed because it's undocumented.
So all of the
And-
mechanical slabs also are undocumented?
Yes. Yeah, and the cobble is technically
Coverage,
coverage because it is a
combination of building materials.
Right, we
Are
included that on the chart. Let me go to the chart.
It's difficult to read the chart because you didn't provide a breakdown that was asked for in the checklist.
yeah, because you have so much items all over the place. It's hard to confirm that.
We counted the cobbles on the garden walls. Everything else is just a paver. There's no other coverage. Other than
Where's the fountain on there?
the fountain is fountain and garden wall, 307 square feet.
It says existing.
I put it in the wrong column, I guess, because again, my assumption was it was previously approved because when we ran the calculations based on the survey that the building department provided us, the Riley survey, it added up to the 46.
So there's a theme between the last application and this application provided by the building department. Now, this is your responsibility to take the existing conditions and figure out what's proposed. Just because we provided a piece of information doesn't mean it's exact or to be had. Your responsibility is to read the last memo where we asked specifically to include all the undocumented as proposed and do that.
It's the policy of this board that if it's undocumented, it's part of any new submission. So,
What's the third one?
so the anything new that you're asking for must include as new, even though it's there, as new, anything that was undocumented. So anything undocumented that's currently there is considered a new application for coverage.
Okay,
I suggest you sit down with the planning board or the building department. Yeah, not with me, with Ed Marin and or Doug Hahn. and work out, it seems to be that, you need to get this straight because, we cannot send you to the ZBA with the numbers all mismatched.
So if I,
But while you're here,
yes,
when you do come back with the corrected coverage, I have a note, I don't know if you got it eventually on the plans, because of trees and access to the back, that I don't know if you agreed to it, but I have hand digging, no machines in the backyard.
it's noted on the plan. I
And-
spoke to Suzanne about that. It's noted on the plans.
And
Hand
those-
digging, we noted the amount of fill that was gonna be cut. We noted that everything was gonna be stockpiled on the driveway, nothing would be stockpiled on site.
Okay,
We showed
Okay,
site
next-
access. I mean, a lot of the items that are on the second list were already on the plan. Site access is delineated. Square footage of cut is delineated.
right, and tree root zones need protection, so if there's trees back there,
I spoke to
talk-
Suzanne about that. There was nothing attached to this review I received this morning. When I spoke to Suzanne 2 weeks ago, I explained that there were only 2 trees within 20 feet of where we're going to excavate by hand. She said, just clearly dimension that, put the note in that there's going to be no stockpiling and no excavation near the trees by machinery, which I
Looks like
noted
he
on the
did
plan.
this.
And I didn't
Okay.
receive anything back today from her. When I received the
Okay.
comments today from Han, it said that there were comments attached from the landscape architect and there was nothing attached to it.
okay,
Yeah,
so
those were addressed. I did.
we got all that out of the way. I just wanted to make sure that you did that, so when you come back with the coverage, that we don't wind up talking about no machines again. Okay, so all that's good.
How
Your
about
coverage is,
the overlay district? Can we discuss the rest of it? And I just
oh, you got view preservation, yes.
view preservation. Let me go back to the aerial photo. And then we have photos on the site. This is Dr. Luther's property. This is, I believe, Columbia University's property. So this is everything due east from here to Broadway. There's really nothing there except some buildings up here on the top of the hill. And what we did is we took photographs. This is the view directly east. And the terrain, it goes up, I would say the topography raises approximately 30 to 35 feet from here to the Columbia University property.
Do you have photographs from the other side?
Looking at the,
west?
It'd be better if you had photographs from the Columbia property.
I have to go up onto Columbia property. You can't see the Lutherans from Columbia property.
I guess what he's saying, Caesar, is that nobody would be viewing it from their property.
Right, you can't see the Luther's property. Here's the Luther's property, here's the Hudson River. This is, if I stood anywhere up here, I see right over Dr. Luther's to the Palisades.
Well, that would be nice to know. Maybe if you showed
I mentioned that on in my
a
response.
profile, an elevation profile.
Profile,
An elevation profile of the doctor's house, the Columbia property and the other property, and then to show that the elevation is sufficiently high enough that it's not gonna. How's that sound?
sure.
And then from that elevation profile, you could just show sight lines. Include the Hudson River in the elevations.
Sure. Okay, so I will do the elevation profile. I will meet with Ed to discuss the coverages to see what is there and what was not there. Again, I addressed site access. I addressed where the project was going to be staged on the driveway. And on the review.
Why don't you send, this is Doug, Han Engineering, why don't you send me the, your breakdown sketch of the existing and the proposed, and then email it to me, and then call me, we'll go over these.
All right, Doug, I will do that.
Sooner than later.
Yeah, sooner than later.
I'll get it to you tomorrow.
And I had another comment on my notes here. The site plan, is it complete or not? But the site plan.
Doesn't have the setbacks on it, and that'll show that the shed needs variances.
Well, the setback is there, 13.6. The existing setbacks are all on the survey.
Yeah, just put the building envelope on there.
All right, even though it's on our zoning data chart. All the
Site plan
setbacks-
requires a building envelope.
Site plan, building envelope, okay.
Okay,
All right, so I guess I can't be referred then to ZBA?
no,
We're not comfortable with your coverage calculations. at this
coverage
time.
is not complete, and we don't send things to the ZBA with bad coverage numbers.
All right, thank you, gentlemen and young lady, for your time. I appreciate it.
But we got everything else, out of the way. You just need to come back with the coverage and those
The profile,
elevation
elevation profile.
There's several other things in Hans.
well in Han's memo.
Doug will go through.
Yeah, we'll go through.
I think everything else is pretty much on here. Limits of construction are there. I did the square footage of excavation. I put the note about hand equipment only.
Okay.
Again, I didn't see anything attached from Suzanne. When we spoke, she told me just to,
Yeah, she said you addressed it. That was
I
left there in error.
Yeah.
That's what I
let's
thought.
see if the rest of the board has any questions. Laurie,
surely.
No questions.
Mike,
No
Smith,
questions.
Mike Fuca.
No questions.
All right, thank
Is
you
there
very
anything
much.
in the public?
Thank you for your
Nobody's raised
time.
their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, no public comment, no further comments from the board. You have your homework. Please come back with it complete.
Thank you very much for your
Otherwise, you'll get a
time.
bad
I
grade.
appreciate it. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 5, 2023-12, 11 Dunham Place.
Hey, good evening.
Hi.
Hi, we see you.
Great. Let me share my screen and get everybody up to speed. This is
Please
11.
introduce yourself, please.
Will do. James Krapp from Studio Park, representing Erica and Jared Maltz of 11 Dunham Place. We've been before you a couple times previously, and we've addressed the bulk of comments. We received, I believe, 6 or 7 comments from Han this morning or Tuesday, which we think are fairly easily addressable, and some additional comments from Susan Nolan as well. I had the chance to speak to Susan today, and I think those are also easily addressable. We're in the process of bringing an arborist on board, so those outstanding items will be clarified. Let me just bring up the latest plan and kind of give you the quick overview. And our goal tonight is to, like most other parties, be referred to the ZBA, which I believe we are close on, as we are requesting a variance for coverage as well. So let me just pull this up. So as I believe we are all aware, this is a property that is in the floodplain. In our previous application, we were able to address all of the open applications for watercourse, floodplain, 100-year floodplain, and I believe those have been addressed. There's one caveat in Han's comments referring to FEMA elevations on the right-hand side of the site, which I will address later on. But the majority of other comments have been addressed. So this property sits at the backside of Dunham Place's cul-de-sac, which is basically at the bottom of Harriman, not the bottom of Harriman, but the low point of Harriman. We're proposing an addition off the rear. We were proposing additional coverage in the front yard and parking, which we have changed to no longer change any sort of water flow and to bring the parking back up to the higher level. Previously, one of the major comments and bones of contention was that this previous driveway area was raised and elevated and thus changes the path of water flowing down the hill. So we removed that and instead proposed a smaller expansion of the driveway and then subsequent reduction of the driveway as well. So on top of the changes that we made, we've reduced our coverage as proposed in the variance. Now, there was one open item. There's a bit of a discrepancy of about 20 square feet. I showed a slightly smaller driveway to the Hudson's calculations, so we do need to clarify that, but it's pretty minimal. But the proposed coverages to date now are 17% over coverage, 9.8% over allowable. That brings us, if you go to our coverage diagram, that
We're
brings
not
us,
sharing screen with us. We're not seeing any.
oh geez, that was too late. Yeah, too much talking to not do that. Let me go back for a second, Caesar. So just to bring you back up to speed. So this was the existing proposed coverage diagram. The area of contention, one of the areas of contention was this proposed slightly elevated driveway, which potentially changed the flow of water. What we did was we eliminated that and brought that higher up to grade, brought it over here, eliminated a chunk of driveway here, and proposed a small hammerhead here so that you could back out of the proposed garage as well. That is a reduction from what we had previously suggested. In addition to that, we also elevated the proposed addition an additional foot to bring it 1 foot above required for FEMA needs as well. So that's just extra on top of everything. So I made a reference to the coverage diagram, which has been adjusted. We are proposing 17% greater than allowable and 9.8% greater than existing. That is less than what we did previously, but within the median point of the neighborhood, which you can see here in our coverage diagram. We were previously 7th in the neighborhood at just barely over coverage existing to now 117. That's the proposed to date. To go back a little bit. One comment that came from Han that I haven't had the opportunity to discuss was that the FEMA floodplain in particular notes in our property or near our property, because it's not necessarily the case. Our median base point is an elevation of a 242, which we've had confirmed in an NFIP. However, this 245 line appears to come close to our property. However, when we look at local GIS, we can see that we're actually 242 grade around almost all the property. And there's essentially, what happens is FEMA maps are not that accurate, right? So what we see is that the 242, this is ours in yellow right here. The 242 goes all the way around to the neighboring properties and through the bulk of Dunham Place. So I don't really see a concern about the 242 elevation on the right-hand side of the property. But we can discuss what is needed to clarify that from our surveyor moving forward. So that's one comment of note from the latest. And there were also requests for spot elevations of the driveway, which were not included. It's essentially going to be a grade 242 plus or minus. We need to comply with dark sky compliance, which I believe we noted on our architectural plans, but I'll confirm that for the next iteration. One other additional comment was a request to have a zoning sheet, which we did include. We can include it on L101, so I think that's noted, but maybe not caught. So we have very minor comments to address at this time, and we're hoping that we can at least get to ZBA and then come back and in the next iteration, resolve these last couple of comments. So that's our presentation for today. Yep.
Our building inspector and engineer consultant have serious concerns with the floodplain issues. And I would like to add a comment. You mentioned, well, everybody knows the floodplain maps are not accurate. Well, that may be the case, but whatever the map says is what it is. We're not here to interpret how accurate a floodplain map is.
Not
It
only
is-
that, I mean-
It is what it is, even if it's wrong, it is. You can't change a map because you don't agree with it. Now, before we get into the serious floodplain, could you bring up that picture with the parking area?
Sure. Would you prefer to see the site plan or the diagram?
Something that clearly shows the parking area. That. I have a big problem with that. It adds to your coverage by variance. And it's totally out of character with the character of the neighborhood to have a 2-car parking lot in the front yard. I would not be in favor of that. And before the technical session on the floodplain gets going, because that's very involved, I'd like to see what the rest of the board feels about. One, you got a coverage variance that needs to go to the ZBA, and the coverage for that parking lot adds to that variance, which if it's not there, it's less coverage. And plus the visual, I mean, I was out there, and even though it may conform with the front yard setback, I mean, it's the front yard parking lot, and in my opinion, totally out of character with the nature of the neighborhood. Lori?
Well, can you tell us the homeowner's reasoning for wanting to have room for the cars? And what do
Sure.
do all currently park in the cul-de-sac, or how is that?
Well, currently there's no garage. So one of the main needs of the proposal is to bring a garage back. There previously was, just to highlight the existing conditions. So this was in a previous iteration originally, which you can see in neighboring properties, this was a garage, right? So what they're proposing is to bring back that garage so that they can park hopefully 1 car inside and hopefully 1 car outside. Now, what happens on a day-to-day basis is essentially the cars are sitting dead center in front of the property. And what we're trying to do is pull them off to the side so that you can see the home and they're not in, like, literally pressed up against the home. Since the site is kind of
In that picture, can you outline approximately where that 2-car parking?
right about there. That I know that's not super accurate. So
You're not expecting it to be accurate, but
yeah, but it's, so the previous proposal was we were cantilevering here, plus or minus. So what we're looking to do here is just stay on grade, sweep that around, and do that. And then what we're proposing to do is to cut this back and add some earth in front of the home so that, like, essentially what happens is, and I don't know if I have a better image of it, but on the property itself, here we go. You can see what happens is the cars are parked here. You have to back out directly. There's no good way to turn around. And then subsequently, when and if there is a garage, we need to be able to safely back out and then come back down the street. So where we're proposing, and this might be a better picture, but I can't draw on Google Maps. But what happens on a daily basis is essentially you're staring at vehicles. So we're trying to push the vehicles off to the side so that the street view is showing more home than anything. We understand that. Say that again.
I said less home, more home to see it and more cars to see up close to the road. By the way, backing out on a cul-de-sac, where you may get only people that live on the cul-de-sac, it's not like a through street where it's dangerous to back out on, but that's just a thought. Go ahead.
Certainly. I mean, it's obviously less traffic than other areas, but
You're not backing out on Harriman Road, so.
No, that's correct. So now that being said, pulling this off to the side, I think, is less visual impact than seeing this from Harriman Road, which is essentially a straight sight line. Like if I come back, if I'm on Harriman, all I see is cars. If we pull it off to the side, I actually believe it to be better. If it's helpful, we can visually render it and show it off to the side. But, you know, pulling it to the east is frankly better than the proposed, and still a single car garage. And this extension of parking, we don't think it's excessive. For, you know, the neighborhood in general, it's fairly in keeping and we can discuss reduction of it. But we just think for the sake of at least being able to pull one vehicle out of the path of travel, like it's a narrow pizza shaped site, right? So the thing that's kind of most challenging about it is no matter what, the front yard is a cone of vision to the public way, no matter what we do, unless we were to, you know, if this were to be a different piece of property. So, you know, we think it's, you know, mostly going to be hidden by plantings here. We could additionally add screening if we think that that makes it better. Anything that's at the end of the lot is going to be, or at the end of the drive will be seen more. So we have no problem attempting to obscure it with plantings. The owners don't want to see the cars as much as anybody else does. And that's why we're attempting to get this approved, or at least get it brought to the table to be approved. That's, you know, but that's the goal, is to pull the vehicles out of the front of the house, pull them off to the side so that there's a place to park, and thus allow you to move around a little bit. It's not the easiest to traverse one way or another. And while it is easier to back out onto a cul-de-sac, I would say backing out of any property is not desirable. So,
Norm,
Thank you.
and
no pleasure.
you like it or don't like it?
Oh, I'm sympathetic to the homeowner. I mean, personally, if I lived on the street, I wouldn't want the homeowner parking on the cul-de-sac. And I see it as a challenge, and unfortunately, we are a car culture and people in the suburbs like their cars. So there's not a great solution. I mean, having it up against the house is definitely more unsightly for the homeowner. I'd have to go back and really take a closer look on foot, not, you know, I think the disturbance isn't so much as if you're just driving by quickly.
There's nobody driving by quickly on the
No, that's
cul-de-sac.
good. You shouldn't. They shouldn't be.
And
Well, like Caesar, the presence of two cars outside the home is causes a problem visually and aesthetically for the neighborhood. You're putting in a garage, so theoretically, shouldn't it just be a spot for one car, or could you juggle it somehow? Or move it from
Potentially.
location?
I mean, I think that the challenge for us is finding a home for any vehicle outside of the, sadly, almost every family has two cars. And this is probably a growing family, and it might have three someday. And so we're trying to make it best for all parties. We can propose a potential reduction, but I think the locations, are kind of what they are. Well, I can't do much better than where we've suggested. We could reduce, but I don't know that we can. I don't have many other places to go, I guess. And the other thing of note.
let's continue with the board. Mike Smith,
So how much coverage does that additional parking area add?
384 square feet roughly.
And
That's
so,
correct.
that's a lot, right?
Yeah. What is the percentage?
It's two cars. I mean, it's for two cars.
And so what I'm understanding is that the reason for it is so that you don't have to back out the driveway?
Those are parking
No,
spaces.
to get it out.
the other one is,
Put the front of the
it is to the left there.
It's to get it away from the front of the house. That's why they're.
It's so that when you come out of the garage,
Every
not
house,
blocked by the other two cars.
but every house on Harriman Road has their cars in front of the house. It's the nature of Harriman Road. I can't,
So we can't.
I have to back out both of my cars on my driveway onto Harriman Road.
Are both of your cars in a garage?
No, one is. I have a one-car garage. The other car is parked on the side. I mean, it has a little, and I have to back out each time.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is that optimal for you? I mean, I believe everything's challenged in a lot of these existing properties, and I think it's not just about backing out. There's aesthetic opportunities here as well. So what we're trying to do is make it better for both. I mean, I know everybody would prefer to come out of their driveway straight and to come into it straight. And then subsequently, if we can have the opportunity that one car can be off to the side so the garage car can come out, that'd be great. So we're not shuffling vehicles back and forth. I have the same issue as you. Like I have to back two cars out. I got to back one out to get the other out and move around.
Yeah, I
I'd
know
much
you're
rather
right.
see. Yeah,
I know your driveway on Gray Rock,
you got it.
right? Gray Rock, right?
Yeah, and they have better opportunity here to hide those things. And that's correct. That is my property.
No, so what I'm struggling with, and I don't know where I come out on it. If you didn't have the lot, he could just as easily leave the cars on the driveway. And the cars would then be in front of the house also. I mean, you could leave them as close to the bottom of the driveway as possible, which is what I do if I expect a snowstorm. But so I'm not sure visually which is better, whether it's better to leave them on the driveway or whether it's better to have
Cutting down on coverage.
well, what I'm trying to, here was somebody, and I'm just, this is off the top of my head. Because somebody decided that they wanted to eliminate a garage before and not have a car, and your clients bought the house without a garage. And so now what's more unsightly to me is the pavement is taking away some area of green space for the car. I know we're sort of new.
There are ways to do the parking area, doesn't have to be pavement, right? There are other opportunities there.
Certainly. Yeah, I mean,
They moved from the city and didn't have a car and weren't
Yeah,
thinking about that they needed a garage. So I don't contest that they want to improve the situation.
Let's get Mike Bafuco.
Sure.
I agree with Mike and Caesar, and maybe some of the others in that cars parked in a driveway because they don't fit in your garage or you don't have a garage is pretty common and part of living in the suburbs. So I don't really, and I think the visual of cars parked in the driveway seems normal, whereas the visual of cars parked in a mini parking lot in front of someone's house is a little odd. But not in this picture, but in the other picture, you also show a car parked in the turnaround. Is that turnaround large enough for a car to be parked?
the turnaround, can you point
Hammerhead.
me? Oh, the hammerhead? So one addition that we're or subtraction that we're proposing to counter this is we're removing, presently the existing driveway is this. We're removing 134 square feet, or proposing 134 square feet. And then subsequently, this is hopefully going to become a single car parking garage. We proposed 100 back as a hammerhead to back out and then go. That's the goal for that 100 square feet. This is too tight to do that. So essentially what we've done is we've put greenery in the front of the house, expanded a little bit of asphalt, or proposed some
The question
asphalt
is
here.
just whether or not that space is enough for a car while someone can
It's-
still back out of the driveway.
No,
So
because
you're
it's not,
requesting
it's,
additional parking.
no, that's not deep enough for you to get back out. You would be forced to back out the way that it is proposed to date. So I can't go
But
like
you can still
this.
get a
and
car
go
out
like
in the-
that.
Meaning you're not going to have to be shuffling cars around, right? If
I
Right.
can
you
go
had
like
one car in the driveway, you are. Okay.
No, you wouldn't.
Right. I can understand if you had, we have two cars. If one is parked in the driveway and want to use the other car, we got to shuffle cars around. That's huge pain.
Sure.
Is that the case here, or does that space provide you enough room to back a car out of the driveway into the cul-de-sac?
Well, that
there's
doesn't, so yes, that allow, if this is not a full-blown parking spot and it's only used as a hammerhead, it allows you to pull out and do this. If you have a vehicle and this is acting as parking, I have to back all the way out. I don't have enough angle here to do, I mean, maybe if I did like a
You don't have enough-
6 point.
you don't have
turn,
enough space to utilize the hammerhead, I understand.
That's it,
um,
yeah. But I going to, the idea for that as well is also pulling it away from the front of the house. So we're trying to open up the view corridor so that everybody.
I'm just trying to
is seeing
understand the,
house. Yeah.
the hardship that you would be suffering, or the owners would be suffering by not giving
Right.
them the additional double parking spot.
Right.
And there's a huge difference, in my opinion, between having to shuffle cars around and pulling them out into the street so that you can pull out another car and pull the other one in, versus I don't always get to use the turnaround if both cars are parked in the house. Those are a very large difference. Most people have to back a car out of a garage. I backed it out to come here tonight. So that's all I'm trying to understand.
I
That's true.
think.
Yeah, this definitely helps either way. This
it-
helps even more.
I have the sense that the majority of the board is not in favor of the two-car parking lot and the coverage that it exacerbates the situation with coverage. But all that may be a moot point because the floodplain issues may be the deciding factor. Ed or Doug?
Well, I mean, you have a low floodplain, you have a low floodplain elevation of 242 and a high of 245 from the FEMA. They chose to use the 242, which benefits them. And we don't know which one is actually the one that it's necessary to take. It's kind of subjective and,
We struggle with the 242. If you bring the topo up, the site plan that shows the topo of the driveway at 242.
1 second, sorry. Oh, sorry, that doesn't, oh,
242,
I need the
yeah.
one from Hudson, sorry. my bad. So this is, this might even be more clear. Is that helpful, Ed?
I can't, I don't see the topo on that one.
Okay, let me zoom in on this one.
That
So
one, yeah.
here's the 242.
Show me the 242 on that map.
That's why I was using the color.
By the driveway, fine. No,
Yeah,
it was there.
242 is green. That's why I was using this one.
Yeah, but
so above the 242.
so if your driveway, the top of your culvert is 242. The culvert is one of the hindrances that's causing the flooding. So that one would think that the flooding would have to be more than 242
And it's 245 shown on the upper side.
on the upper side of your property. So 242 is not going to work, and and quite frankly, just because you have a flood cert doesn't mean that that's what the FEMA map reads.
So so understanding that and knowing, irregardless of what FEMA necessarily says, but understanding what the existing conditions are on the site.
Simple practical matter is you're calling 242 to be the high point of the 100-year flood. And it can't be because it starts flooding when it hits the driveway. So in a practical matter, 242 just doesn't work.
I'm confused why the driveway being on flat existing plane now, before.
You're
I
telling
understood. Yeah.
that survey there says that the culvert under the driveway, top of the driveway is 242. Correct?
In the section, it's shown at 245.
All right.
In the section, the elevation starts
That's
at
what,
240.
oh, so you're telling the reference for the section here. Okay, I didn't have a chance to clarify this with you yet. So.
Did you see the section that was attached in the?
I did.
the
No,
memo?
I did. No, I did.
And that came from the FEMA map.
I understand. And this is what I'm suggesting. So
Get back with your engineers. Because right now, the 242 doesn't work, and if it's more than 242, your issues are worse.
but that's, I guess what I'm saying is, if we know that that's not the case, on our site, is the way to reconcile it, doing a LOMA to prove that this is not what the case is on the property, as we
A LOMA
suggested
is
before?
nothing more than a certification that your house is above floodplain or not.
I thought it acted as a request to have clarification to the FEMA map, knowing that it obviously hasn't gone into the same amount of detail that ourselves in the village have done to understand what existing conditions are. So the
But how
culvert,
did the surveyor, they chose 242, which is what we're trying to determine, because that seems to be,
Impractical.
yeah.
So
I
that,
mean, it's
so
one
that culvert, so just to,
versus the surveyor just giving a number. This number could be anywhere from 242 to 245 according to reading of the map. And if you look at the cross section sent to you by Doug, it's not 242.
no, I understand that. And I understand why the cross section is like that. But we know in reality that, and even at looking at this, so just to bring up this photo that we were talking about before, 242 is the existing driveway. That's what's certified, plus or minus. I'm not talking about inches. The right-hand side of the driveway is sloping a little away. The left-hand side is sloping a little away. There's no way that this culvert under the driveway is higher. So the right-hand side can't be 3 foot in the air. Now,
What Ed's saying is that if the culvert surcharges and it floods over the driveway, so if the driveway is 242 and you have a foot of water over the top of it, then the floodplain itself is going to be 243.
Has that driveway has breached. I've seen it.
Yeah, so he's saying when it floods, it's automatically going to be above 242 because that's the driveway. So if it's a foot, 2 feet, or even 3 feet above the driveway, that whole property is going to be underwater, depending on what elevation it actually floods to.
I don't think we're gonna come to an
Yeah.
agreement on this tonight.
So
And I think what you need to do is meet with Ed or Doug, I guess Doug, and figure out the floodplain issue.
I would get some more information before you give me a call and then let's go over it, but
Because it is a deal breaker. And anything that's arrived at will have to get passed through DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation.
So it's a very rigorous standard to build in a floodplain. We've
Noted.
never built in a floodplain. We've built in a buffer before, but we've never built in a floodplain. And we've never built a structure.
Recently, right.
And we get audited every 3 years by the DEC, and I gotta tell you, they're not easy. You have
Fair.
not come close to meeting the bar for us to explain to the DEC, who is representing actually FEMA, the encroachment that you're asking for.
I guess I'll
Okay.
just come to the table with more information. It clearly, I don't agree with that map, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to answer the question. So we'll come to the table with more information.
Disagreeing with the map is not an argument.
I didn't say it was,
The maps
but we can,
can be wrong, even if they're wrong, the map is the map until the map is changed by the governing body. It's
that's,
the same thing with wetlands. DEC has wetland maps. And some people say, well, that map is wrong. Well, then it has to be changed, but until it's changed, it is the map.
I understand.
So arguing the map is wrong is not an argument.
Doug, can I ask you 2 questions? This is coming from a place of complete ignorance around the floodplain. Would you average the 242 and 245? We cannot.
No, we can't.
No, because no one knows exactly what it is I'm hearing.
they're not perfect.
So that there's methodology to get the right number.
Okay,
There's other processes you can go through to get the right number, but what I'm saying is, if we use the bottom number as 242, nothing else works because it's higher. I'm just trying to be honest with the issue.
right,
If 242 is where it starts flooding, that means it has to be 242 or more.
right.
I'm not trying to say no, I'm not trying to say this, I'm not trying to, we're not
Well, no,
gonna
we
determine.
understand. We understand that, and that's why the proposed addition
Okay.
is 3 feet above that
All right.
242. And if that clears the bar by an extra foot, but the driveway and other coverage is a different animal, I guess.
Okay, you need to work that out with Doug. And I strongly recommend reconsideration of the parking area.
And I would do it as soon as possible as far as this floodplain issue. The sooner, the better.
Noted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. See you soon.
All right. It's 9 o'clock. We just finished number 5 of a 13 schedule. We're gonna take 5 minutes, come back at 9 o'clock. When we come back, we'll be doing number 6, 39 Beechwood Road. at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, those are the easy ones.
That's an easy one. I don't.
Patty shouldn't have been.
I mean. In reality, if that's what he wants in front of his house,
Right.
then.
Yeah.
So I'm going on vacation. 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I'm doing the denial list up there. Calling them out.
So I'm gonna ask you about steps.
A combination of. Okay, so technically, we'll just, we allow, technically, we'll just coverage. It's a combination of building.
Right, right, yeah.
But this much falls on this much falls as a combination of materials that you buy at the building supply box. Okay. Sort of like, don't make me do that. Please. Please don't. Yeah. So do the coverage breakdown, take those steps up to the DPW property, deal with that separately. Is that this board doesn't have the authority, you don't want to go through that route? Right. You do it later. Well, it's a good application. And, one neighbor complaining about historical value, I think so. Did you send an Earl's letter? No. Why didn't you?
So I'm a terrible employee and I should be ashamed of myself, so I'll just go with them early now.
How about the plants on the, people around? I mean, that's a hard one because it's, I can remove.
So trees.
No trees or.
It should be.
No trees. Because then in 20 years, you're gonna ask me to cut it down. Because it's
I understand.
on the house. We know this game.
Let's do that.
We become your arborist.
I think it's an interesting.
But it looks like a nice one. I'm afraid you might not. Some of them gotta go fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They sure about that. Sorry. That's exactly. Okay, our client want to do this. That's this too. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so. Yeah. See what. The survey to do that. Just. Well, it's.
Yeah, Marion, want food?
Right.
We're gonna order food.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It's just started, yeah. I'll send it to you tomorrow morning.
So I'm doing the, Marianne, doing the denial. So-
Put it up on the green.
Because I'm leaving it at
Where are you going?
Those Myrtle Beach, then I gotta go. Carlsbad, then we gotta-
Oh, there's
And then we're gonna go.
a hurricane coming.
I know, let's turn off the back.
How long
Just
ago?
have inland.
2 weeks.
All in that direction?
All of it. I appreciate it.
Jeez.
So we got to cancel, let's go to Maine.
Yeah.
That looked good up until 2 days ago, yesterday, actually. So go ahead now. We have friends, we're meeting friends in Myrtle Beach, so we'll start there. Whatever happens, happens.
Well, isn't it usually a little mild in there? My son goes there down there a lot. It doesn't seem that's.
I'm gonna go Savannah, so I wanna go there.
Oh,
my God.
Yeah.
This one of my favorite city.
All over here.
I love.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, I got so just. Yes, I just have to go.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Usually go. It's not over there. Yeah, that's why I asked. Yeah, it is, yeah. Kind of be the previous, but you. I got that weekend. Actually, that's popular for vacation. When I ordered. She starts, she picks a week, then I pick a week, so we always have to.
The other way.
Oh, so that way, I mean, if we could pre-meet Tuesday, then you could.
Me too.
That's okay.
Right, you say you,
Yeah.
but you're going the other way,
Sure.
parking over there. is obviously-
I'm not, if I know far enough, I'll just set aside Tuesday, Wednesday, and get it
Yeah,
done.
but it's.
That one time it happened, it was the last minute, I just didn't have.
No, it's like sometimes it's fun, like it's just sad. That you have to
It
take
is,
these
it's
things.
very fun.
Yeah, I have fun.
You're right, though. Yeah, but we don't have kids, like, just throw stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, well, good, I hope the weather holds.
it should be fine. That's not what it's.
Where do you live?
It's good, but the heat wave will be over, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll be in the car last time.
Do you read it all?
Yeah, but
No, there's a really great book about Savannah, Garden
Oh.
of Good, Garden of Good People. Midnight in the Garden of Good People.
So.
Yeah, we stayed in one of those houses. Yeah, right on one of the squares. It's a beautiful place. I just love the way it's set up, those squares.
Oh, yeah, the trauma.
Yeah.
It's like 30 floors. So, and it's actually 30.
Oh, so that when you freeze.
So it's just.
Stacked.
All right, okay, let's go fast. I don't wanna- No.
Something.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. We're returning to the agenda. And as I said, number 6 will be 2022-04 39 Beechwood Road.
Hello, John Malone at First Malone Architecture. I'm representing the Lark family. What's up, Caesar? Nice to see you guys. So I can share screen, show you this. So we received this is for some design related changes. The project was delayed while the client thought through some changes that they wanted to make on the interior. And some of those changes on the interior bled out to a few exterior changes. So the changes, I think there was a question in the comments that we received about basically clarify the changes from the previous application. I think the best place to see that is broadly is in this is in the coverage calculations here. So the changes are related. There was a walkway. I have these toggled between the two sets. There was a walkway along the side of the building here. And we are proposing the addition of a stair that goes down to the basement so that they could have a basement bathroom and a pool changing room associated with the swimming pool. The patio has changed slightly, just a few square feet as it was tuned up for the there's a covered portion of the patio and it was tuned up, so there's a slight change there. The envelope of the primary building has changed just a little bit because there's an area right here that was filled in, and if I toggle between, you'll see that there's a recess here, and we've changed the design to fill in that area. And then along the side here to the west, there was a window well and equipment pads and a generator pad along that location. But now, since there's a door directly out from that level, the window well's been eliminated. So that's what's shown there. This stair is slightly more coverage than the walkway that was there previously. So there's been a change to the size of the swimming pool to make up for that reduction. So the swimming pool has been reduced slightly. So where we were before was we had a variance for coverage at 124% of allowable, and we were at 3,996. The revised plan is 3,979, so a few feet less than where we were. It was really a shifting of coverage. So that's why we're in front of you. These changes, these interior changes that we made. The other comments that we received from Han were related to civil engineering and a few engineering things associated with this retaining wall that we didn't show weeps for. One of the things I just wanted to, if I could ask about comment 3, which refers to the change in the Coltex system. Our understanding is we haven't changed the location of the Coltex system. Let me go to the plan. where it was originally shown here. So the Coltech system was shown in these two locations, and I think that's all. And we haven't made any changes to those. These two locations are staying. So I was just wondering, Doug, if there was something that I missed on that would lead you to.
I'll have to look, but the other drainage comments from after the previous approval that were subject to be addressed were not, so
Right.
those comments will carry it over. So I would have just addressed that with the other comments.
Okay, so we'll just, I saw that we had some typos and other stuff in their calcs that they need to pick up still. So yeah, we'll get them to address that as part of it. And the last thing here was the propane tank. And in terms of the details that you guys are looking for that, is that just installation details associated with that change, or just basically a section of what the tank is and how it sits in the ground with what's around it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we have a problem in that you passed approval a year and a half ago. As Doug mentioned, had comments. It was the resolution had a condition on meeting the memo of Doug Hahn, and you didn't do that, or not you, but it wasn't done.
Yeah, we haven't picked that up yet. Right. Okay. I mean, we were waiting to make these changes first, and we could have picked that up as part of that, but the project was sort of stopped.
The other bad news is that the ZBA approval expired. They have a sunset clause of 1 year, and you're past that, so. And it wasn't clear. Now, you were showing the previous approval. Was that part of the application that was submitted, or you were bringing that up?
I'm bringing it up. I mean, everything that was changed was bubbled in our application. I think on every page we bubbled changes associated with everything.
The previous approval was not part of the package. You're just showing it. This is what we changed.
Yeah, I'm showing it now to try to clarify that. Yeah.
Okay, so when you come back, please have the previous approval, much like existing structure, new structure, proposed structure, have the existing approval, new approvals in the plans, so everybody can see what the changes are.
So Caesar, where would you want? I just want to clarify. I think I understand is you would want the existing here that would show on the coverage diagrams. It would show the previous approval dated, and then it would show this one, right? Next to each other.
Just do something separate so that it doesn't have to be part of the
If
drawing.
it's
It's
if you
just a
want.
separate sheet, something that they can see.
What's approved and what's
You've
proposed.
done it before, John.
Yeah. it
Yeah, I
doesn't
think-
have to be-
I think in the past we put it sort of in line where you had existing.
Yeah,
Previous.
you've made it easy to read.
So it basically does what I was just doing. It puts them next to each other so you can see it. And then bubbling the
Very
rest.
very similar, if this was a new project, you got the existing house and in one side, the existing profile, elevation view, and then the new proposed right on the same page, so you can see the actual difference and okay, just like you got there.
So I guess the question here is like, on other drawings, you're looking for like a previous approval versus revised, because I think that's what the bubble is trying to do.
It'll be fine.
Just yeah, Ed, say what you said again.
Just on that coverage, a breakdown page is perfect.
Okay, yeah, that's what we did in the past. We can do that.
You've
Okay.
done it in the past. It works out very well.
All right, sounds good. And then, so the other thing is we need to get to ZBA then also.
Once we know the numbers.
Oh,
You have to come back before you go to ZBA so we can get the numbers straight on the changes.
well, I don't think there's, is there any question about any of the calculation of the proposed?
We just want to, we want to see it. Honestly, John, your letter was brief.
Okay,
Less than
And your
precise.
submission, you've given it to us before in the past, which made it easier. You've given us the previously approved, this time you didn't.
okay, all right, I got you. I
The
got
sheet
you.
is lacking and your letter was brief.
Okay. All right, and we'll pick up the civil stuff at the same time. So we can get it
And
all
you
pulled
need
together.
to address the comments from a year and a half ago.
Right, we can do that. Okay, sounds good. Do you have any other questions about the changes or anything now?
We'll
or-
go through the board and then we'll see. Lauren,
No questions.
I have no questions.
Mike Smith,
No questions.
Mike Reed,
No questions.
Sarah.
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, John, thank you very much.
Okay, sounds good. I think I'm the next one, so I'll stay on.
Okay, thank you. That was number 7, 2020-2790 Fargo Lane.
I think Brad from Steinmetz is going to join us on this one.
That's you too, right?
Yes.
But he's waiting for the attorney.
But in the meantime, identify yourself for the purpose of this.
Brad Schwartz.
Oh, I can identify myself again. I think Caesar's saying John Malone, Ferguson Malone Architecture, representing the partner.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Brad Schwartz from Zarin and Steinmetz. Good evening. Good to see you all. I'm representing the Perganoses at 90 Fargo Lane. Sarah is also on the screen and may raise her hand at some point during the presentation. So this is a home renovation project. This was originally before your board back in 2019 when your board approved the tear down and rebuild of the existing of the single family home. That project was abandoned during COVID. The applicants had come back to your board in 2020 for approval of a renovation project. Your board approved that plan. That's what's under construction right now. It's nearing the end. And as a result of some final inspections that occurred recently, there were 2 modifications that came to light that were not shown on the 2020 approved plan. So we're here tonight before your board to request permission to allow an electrical service panel to remain where it was installed with what we think is appropriate screening, as well as some grading in the backyard. We would ask that that would remain as well. And John will share a plan and describe both of those improvements.
So quickly, the revised plan locates here the proposed electrical service box. So there's an existing pole that was shown in the approved plan, and there's a panel located on that box. And then on the proposed planting plan, we've located the proposed screening for that box. So right now there's a skip laurel hedge that's been installed along the property line here. And the electrical panel and the pole is right sort of interrupting, or actually the screening runs behind it right now. So we're proposing adding additional skip laurel, which is a semi-evergreen, very powerful screening plant facing both directions to cover that and leaving accessibility for the panel. I think, as Brad had mentioned in his letter, that some portion of that screening would be in the village right away, and we would need to get a license, or Brad would work with the village to get that addressed. And then the other change that we're trying to address today is there's a slope at the back of the lawn area in the rear. And there was a question about the steepness of the edge of that slope. So we provided a detail, and we've confirmed on site that that slope does not exceed 1 to 2. And there's other slopes on the site that are greater than that. So that's what we managed to do here. I think we've got notes from Han about providing detailed topography potentially of that rear yard, and then providing a section through the rear yard to understand the depth of the grade relative to the installed stormwater unit. And if there's anything else that you want to discuss about that, that is something that we're working on now in that topography for you.
For that drainage system you put in, where does the water go, and how does it not affect the neighbor?
The drainage system is more of a French drain system, so there's no,
The dewatering of the grass.
right. So the grass
Pipes
runs,
in place and there's water to go someplace. Where does it go? And how does it not impact the neighbor?
okay, so the dewatering system that's in place is actually
No,
just
not that, in the back.
in the back, okay. So I was in the front for a second because the front does not have any outlets associated with it. So the one in the front, it's simply allowing storage for the water and increasing the capacity of the flat lawn to hold water and increasing its ability to infiltrate. The rear is similar to that, except because of the slope and the height of the piping, which is relatively high in order to sort of provide that kind of decompaction and storage. It does have outlets. I think from our perspective, that water is distributed across these various openings, and the water that is potentially being distributed out of the perforated pipe below will be less because the majority of the filtrates would probably be less than the associated runoff. So this whole lawn before this piping was installed was was intended to run off the site or infiltrate. And so we haven't changed that strategy. The water is intended to infiltrate and probably infiltrate better than it would have had these perforated pipes not been in place. So we're not increasing the rainwater load that was meant to sheet off along the slope line.
Doug? You okay with that? In terms of not impacting a neighbor?
Yeah, I'd like to see the section and how it lines up with the infiltration system. I believe it's lower. So I don't think it really should have any impact.
Shows
It's not-
cross section of where it hits the infiltrator.
Like right through there?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
In general, I think it should be open.
It-
I don't see any issues.
Yeah, as long as it's not below.
Is there any reason you put it in without coming to the board for approval?
I think the owner's landscaper thought of it as a landscape lawn related fix as opposed to a stormwater thing. And so that's, I think, how they move forward without involving professionals with it. I think they thought of it as a typical way to improve a condition on a lawn. They didn't think of it as a stormwater measure.
Someplace, there was an increase in coverage. Where is that?
Well, I think we were asked when we had a meeting with the building inspector, we were asked to treat the panel, the meter panel as a building, and we've added the meter panel to the coverage calculation. The coverage has actually gone down because the code has changed, and the plate structure no longer counts as coverage. So you'll see that the coverage has gone down, but the actual coverage has increased by, I think it's 6 square feet, which is the size of the meter panel.
You mentioned the plate structure. Could you say what you said again about the plate structure?
The plate structure, according to the village code, it's been revised. It's no longer counts as, it's not considered a building, so it doesn't count towards the building coverage. So we've eliminated the plate structure. So when you see the reduction in coverage from this application from the other, it's related to taking the plate structure out. There hasn't been any other coverage reduction.
You're using the new code, which also says the place set is not allowed in the front yard setback, which that is.
I think we were just doing it relative to it being included in the code calculations, Caesar. We weren't doing anything else.
If you're going to use the new code to eliminate coverage, you have to use the new code prohibiting the place set in the front yard setback.
I mean, it's not, I mean, I haven't looked into that. We just simply thought we had to use the current code to establish coverage.
Well, the current code says you can't put a place set in the front yard setback.
Well, I think from our perspective, we weren't putting a place set anyway. We were just recalculating the coverage accurately is what we were trying to do.
Well, if you want to use the grandfather, I think it's best that you include the place set for coverage.
We can do that if you
and
want.
have a discussion with the ZBA. It's 6 square feet, right?
Yeah, it's 6 square feet.
Yeah, have the discussion at the ZBA.
And didn't you want a survey around the meter box to see what kind of setback that is?
If we could, it's so close, John, if we can have the surveyor just mark it.
We had the surveyor do it, so we have
Put
this.
dimensions on it, because
Okay,
pictorially, he doesn't, it could be off that a little bit.
yeah. So we'll have them confirm it. I mean, the best way is to have the surveyor tell us what it is off the setback line.
John, did the gravel and perforated pipe actually help the lawn in the backyard?
It did, it's much better. And there's no evidence of any water running out of the outlets. So I think it's really just acting like a French drain.
Getting back to utility pole, the diagram for the shrubs, does it go all the way around? So that the diagram doesn't seem to show it going all the way around. Oh, okay, now I see.
There's an existing tree there, Caesar, so we're going all the way around. We're using the
It
tree.
doesn't clear in the smaller version. And you're right, you need village approval. And I have an issue with the way it looks. I mean, it looks like the contractor threw up a temporary plywood 2x4. Nothing mounting.
Do you have a picture of it, Johnson? They can look at it.
I mean, what happens when the plywood warps, which it will?
Right, I think the owner shares that view that it should be improved. And I think we were just trying to be careful. I think we wanted screened also, but we were just being careful on you know, not to expand what it is in terms of the building or anything like that. You know, the obvious thing would be to paint the thing so that it, you know, goes away visually. That's different than how well it holds up. The other thing to do would be to screen it. There's sort of screening that is a slat-based screening that's elsewhere on the house that is underneath the deck, where we thought that would be a nice way to improve that so that it looked more like a garden feature. You know, you could just screen the side.
I wouldn't try to make it more mass and bulk. I would try to
Trim
down some of that extra plywood and paint it. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to make more structure.
Right, instead of trying to make more of it, make less of it and make it go away.
Less of it by painting it, by cutting down some of the extra plywood that's on it.
Right.
If it's possible, I'm only looking at the street.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, I think that the owner would be totally into that, and we can indicate that. Or that can be a condition if you're planning to move us forward now.
But get to the DPW, make sure they're okay with it before the next meeting.
Meaning the planting in the right of way.
Right.
Right. I think Brad was going to speak with Larry and just sort of make sure that that's all, everyone's on the same page about that, you know, before we go to the zoning board.
Okay, fix your coverage number to include the playset. And Lori, you have any comments?
No, I was just gonna ask the same question that Doug did about the water in the backyard. I'm assuming that was installed prior to the storms we had over the summer. And they were comfortable with the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I was just out there when we put this this set together to confirm the slope and to look at the condition there, and there really is no evidence that anything is running out of it, and the lawn looks much better. I think part of it, you know, when the lawn was initially installed, there might have been some compaction in that area, because that was an area, you know, there was no compaction in the area of the stormwater system, so there wasn't a lot of places to put equipment. So I think this has sort of solved that condition. It's like sort of decompacted the whole area and made it work better.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Mike Smith,
No questions.
Mike B,
No questions.
anything from the public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
All right, John, thank you very much. We'll see you next time with the necessary change.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night, thank
You're
you.
all set?
All right, thanks a
All right,
lot.
take care. We're moving on to number 8, 2023-29, 9 Meadow Way.
Good evening again. So this should be fairly easy to understand. This is James Krapp from Studio Park representing the owners at 9 Meadow Way. 9 Meadow Way is abutting 11 Dunham, so we're in some familiar location from our previous application. Different conditions, but similar in nature for what the application is. It is an proposed addition and renovation. It is not a property that is requesting variances at this time, but does have all the same trappings, being next to a water course, floodplain, etc. I will share my screen now and just give you a general overview. Now, we know that this application, just because we're more familiar with the neighborhood now, we know that our application here is not complete by any means, but we did want to start to get feedback. We have presently done our deep hole tests after this. We are doing additional surveys and certifications. And I'm sharing my screen now. Can you guys see this time?
Yeah.
Yep, thank you. So presently, this is just to give you frame of reference and understanding. So we were just talking about this property here on the right, and this is the neighbor abutting to the west. It is on Meadow Way, but they're both coming essentially off Harriman. This is in a familiar flood zone. However, it is lower down the path, and I'll show that to you in a second. So presently, this is the present existing conditions. It's a split family mid-century, and we're proposing an addition and potential change to the driveway. And I will go forward to that. So here is our proposed coverage diagram. Just to keep your orientation in place, the left-hand side is Meadow Way. The right-hand side is Dunham Place property. So you can see here, we're proposing a 400 square foot addition, demolition of the existing driveway so that we can potentially move the garage, and putting in a smaller driveway opposite a large Japanese maple in the front yard, which you can see from the existing photos. And then we're proposing changing an already existed elevated patio in the rear yard to become interior space. So a lot of this work is being done on top of old space, not all of it, but you can see in the rear yard. So the proposed extension on the side is coming off the left-hand side of the driveway on the opposite side of this Japanese maple. And in the rear yard, the expansion is going over this potentially going over this elevated patio and existing patio that is already in place. Now, this property based upon the attached, doesn't require any variances. The proposed addition is under allowable coverage and under allowable FAR. So besides all the applications necessary for floodplain, water courses, etc., it is expanding FAR, but still under allowable for the neighborhood. Just to kind of show you what's proposed and bring you in line with this. So as we were talking about previously, you can see that 242 elevation we were discussing before coming through Dunham, coming through Meadow just on the opposite side, and I know it's a little blurry because the map is a little blurry, is essentially 241 down on Meadow Way. We're in the process of certifying. We believe we know what the elevations are, but we just redid a new survey 2 weeks ago, and we're awaiting that information along with our deep hole tests. So what we're doing here is essentially just showing what we're proposing, and we'll be coming back with full engineering from Hudson before the next deadline. And we just wanted to show you what we're proposing. So again, to go to the site plan, we're proposing partial split level 2-story addition with the garage on the first floor, first story addition over top of that existing patio. We're removing there's a existing patio and like wood storage and kind of cantilevered roof structure. We're proposing removing that on the south. It was non-compliant, it was in the setback. And then we are proposing adjusting the driveway. We did receive comments back, and I discussed that as well with Susan this morning. We'll address all of her comments in the next iteration. And just to kind of show you the proposed architecture, And what we're proposing, like, we have the neighborhood comparison just showing it's still within the means of existing, but we are not requesting a variance. And here's the architectural. So presently there's an existing garage, which we're proposing absorbing to become potential habitable space and unhabitable space. Here's the existing, general changes to the exterior. And then the proposed addition, which essentially is, this is essentially the old line where things were before. We're proposing sliding the garage to the north and then putting a new primary suite above that with other expansions, and then expanding the kitchen out to the patio. This is a very, very modest scaled house presently. And so we're trying to expand it for a growing family. And here is the architectural. This is the backyard. I should probably show you the first. So you can see here's the old existing living room, entry remaining the same. And then we're adjusting the roof lines and proposing this addition here. That is the bulk of the proposal. We look forward to your comments. We know that there's still a lot of work to be done here, but that's it for today. So, look forward to your
Well,
comments.
you're not unfamiliar with the floodplain issue, and frankly, I'm not sure if the project is going to go anywhere because of the floodplain. Again, you can combine this. You have to meet with the village engineer, the consultant engineer, Doug Hahn, on the floodplain issue. Preliminarily, it's a major issue. The whole extension is in the floodplain.
What's the elevation around the building?
Of 240 plus or minus.
And the
And we're
minimum
not confirmed.
elevation is 241.
That's correct. On the split level, and everything is elevated.
The living space might be a problem in the floodplain that you create in the old garage.
Well, we can maintain it as non-living space if necessary. And I do not have confirmation of all the elevations as of yet. So I know this is a partial application as of right now.
This is actually going to be tougher than Dunham.
I don't know if
Why
you
did-
heard what he said.
No, I
It's
did
gonna
hear
be-
that. I was wondering why. They're both
This is
tough.
This one's easier.
Well, right now, Dunham, you haven't told us, Dunham is you're not projecting to put living space in the floodplain. Here you have shown converting the garage into living space, which is in the floodplain.
So you're decreasing the volume of the floodplain.
I believe
If you
we were,
floodgate the non-habitable space garage, you can't floodgate the habitable space.
understood on that, but it was my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that existing spaces could be converted if they were already in that existing condition.
You'll have
So
to show, just have to
Okay.
show us in the.
we'll walk through it. We'll walk through it. I know, I understand that this is as contentious as it is next door. And we're clear that we need to walk through these things, but we're trying to, we can't present anything. We can't have a discussion about it until we present it. So we can walk through it and we can adjust as needed. So I see this
Okay.
as very similar, but that's
rather than
why we're doing the
going-
diligence.
Rather than going over beating the floodplain issue to death, which you already
We're well
have
aware.
experienced
Yeah.
Property, so we'll let that go, and we might as well mention some other things. You got to
Please.
come up with a replacement for that Japanese maple. And any other issues that that Doug, it's part of Suzanne's comments are in your notes.
That's
Replacing the
correct.
Japanese.
And we spoke
Um,
with Susan this
I did-
morning,
I
and
did-
And what about drainage? There's new roof. I mean,
Yeah, we did get into
forthcoming.
that. Yeah, we did get into that.
okay.
Is there a turnaround for pulling out of the garage? It's a 2-car, right?
it's a one car garage presently.
1 car. So do they back up on the street?
They do, but it is not a cul-de-sac. And we right next to one another. It's a bigger driveway than what we're proposing presently. So If you
Okay.
look,
Yeah, diagram it for us.
noted.
The
So
next
just
submission.
the next version, all of the engineering is coming in with this in the next
Okay, good.
version. It's in process, so we know it's partial.
Okay.
So we're not,
Gotcha.
don't hammer it into the ground just yet.
Okay, the floodway has a big potential of being a deal breaker. Okay, you'll have to meet with the village consultant engineer and see where they go.
Will
Thank
do.
you. Have a difficult homework assignment. It's not impossible, so
That's
good
right.
luck with it.
We'll keep working on it. Thanks, guys.
Okay. We're moving to number 9, 2023-27. This is 35 Main Street. This for those listening, the next one is 26 Willow.
This is Doug. Oh, Lena, you go first.
Yep, good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Lino Sharetta, partner with the law firm Blakely, Platt and Schmidt on behalf of the applicant this evening, 180 East 94 LLC. We are here tonight for site capacity determination. As was mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, we applied for both site capacity and for site plan. But I think, just a little background on this project. This is a property that is on the corner. It's 35 Main Street. It's on the corner of Main Street, North Cottonette. It's in the B zone. It's a property it's a 5,000 square foot lot. What the applicant is seeking to do, we have 5 apartments there now. They're seeking to have an additional apartment, a 3-bedroom apartment. And the configuration presently right now, you have 4 apartments that are above the restaurant. And this is not that, actually, let me step back. The one that fronts Main Street, on the side that fronts Main Street, there are 2 retail spaces below, and you have 4 apartments above. On the North Continent side, there are 2 garages, and there's a single apartment above those garages. What the applicant is looking to do is to convert those garages and have a 3-bedroom apartment. So right now we have a present capacity. We have a site capacity of 2 based on the calculations, but there are currently 5 apartment units there. This project will not be adding any square footage. We're utilizing the existing buildings that are there now, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's really like a renovation. We're going to be changing the facade, hopefully, to keep in the context with the current home that's there. And again, there's no increase in the footprint with respect to this project. We'd like to go to ZBA on the site capacity, but we're also going to need variances from the ZBA in addition from site capacity for parking, because we're reducing it from 3 to 2 off-street. And the other variance we would need, based on what I have, is a residence on the ground floor. So I know you guys have had a long night, a long agenda, so I'll turn it over to Doug McClure, our architect, just to briefly go over just the plan. And hopefully, if the board desires, we'd like to get to zoning board at least to tackle that site capacity, because again, we have 5 apartments there now, looking to do an additional, so to increase that by 1. So Doug, I'll just turn it over to you. If you could.
Before Doug, Lino, you said there's 2 garages there?
I'm sorry. Yeah. I couldn't hear.
I think
Sorry.
2 garages.
No, he said there's 3 garages and they need.
I know there's 3. I thought he said 2. Okay,
He said there were 2.
Yeah, 2 garages, I said, right.
there's 3.
It's 3.
3
right.
doors.
3 doors, correct. Yeah, that was, I meant to say 3. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just wanted to make it clear.
Yeah, it's 3 garage doors. We're looking for a 3-bedroom apartment, 3-bedroom apartment on top of those garages.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, Doug.
Good evening, Douglas McClure for 180 East 94 LLC. I will share the screen right now, hopefully.
Go ahead.
Give me a minute. Yeah. There we go. So here's the site plan of the project. As Lino said, in this first building here, this contains the restaurant and the nail salon.
Now, hold on a second. We're only doing site capacity, so we're not doing development.
I understand. So what would you like me to present to you then?
Time. Okay. Go ahead.
So
be
what would you
brief.
like me to present to you? I will be brief. So this building has the
Calculations for
two
site capacity.
retail spaces.
Do the calculations
Okay.
for site capacity.
Then Mary Ann has
Fine.
something.
So essentially, here's what we have. Our property, it's 35 Main Street. It's 5,000 square feet. By code, that gives us, hold on. That gives us a site capacity of 2. As Lino mentioned, there are currently 5 apartments on the property, so we're currently over our site capacity, and we're looking to add one more apartment on the North Continent side where the existing garages are to bring our site capacity up to 6. I would like to point out that the Greenberg property card shows 6 living units there, so I'm not sure how that relates to this, but I just wanted to point that out. Those are the calculations.
Mary Ann?
Yeah, Lilo, so you're going to the zoning board to ask for a variance for 4 from a site capacity of 2 to 6, is that right?
Yeah, I guess that's where I guess that's correct because, it's at 2, but we're pre-existing at 5. So that's correct. If we're going to, and we like to add an additional, so math is 4. So I guess that's what we're looking to.
And is the new one going to be affordable, or are they affordable? Because you realize that there's a requirement that when there's 5 units or more, you have to have at least one of them has to be affordable.
Yeah, and I don't know, Doug, if you'd spoken with Pat on that, I think we did, but I just wanted to confirm.
We talked about it, but not as a requirement. We talked about it because I don't think, I certainly wasn't clear on that. And we talked about it as a way to make things easier. We can talk to Pat about how he wants to do that. If we were to do that, I don't think the new apartment, well, I would have to ask the client.
It says in there that the new one is, I mean, one
Right.
of them had.
One of them should be an affordable is basically, yeah, so if.
Yeah, I don't think it would have to be one, no,
Okay,
just so
Yeah.
one of them is, okay.
yeah, we'll discuss that with Pat. Pat Bollins is our client, so we'll figure that out, but that's fine, Mary. I mean, as long as we can, have one affordable in the current, if we get the 6 units, pick one.
Yeah, okay,
Yep.
And that'll be covered when they come back for site development.
right.
Right.
But it's-
And Caesar, the reason why, we're doing it this way is obviously, we want to, if we can't get the variance, obviously at ZBA, we're going to have to, reconsider things. So that's why, rather than, take the time of the planning board right now on site plan, we like to get the ZBA at least to get that question answered and a variance, hopefully, that we can get, on site capacity.
Okay, I think we're ready with the site capacity at 2. Let me ask for any comments.
I just want to clarify, the garages are being used as garages right now.
So that is not actually, one of the garages is being used as a garage. The other 2 doors actually open up to one giant space that is being leased by someone in one of the other river towns, and they are just storing stuff in there, a lot of stuff.
And you're proposing that the garage that's being used as a car for a car right now would become an apartment?
So we're proposing that the whole ground floor, here, let me just show you.
All, you don't have to show me. I have the picture up on my computer. So all
Okay.
three would apartments, but
Yes.
but essentially, so there is a parking concern around this.
So
Okay,
what would happen is we would lose potentially one garage bay. We would lose three garage parking spaces, but on the street, we would gain two. So we're effectively losing one.
got it. Okay,
Plus the two you require for the new
Right,
dwelling unit.
right.
because it's a 3-bedroom.
Right, so you require two spaces, so your variance wouldn't be for three, it'd be for 5.
These are
Okay.
issues for site.
Yeah, we're leaving for site development, but don't, I just want to make sure if they communicate that to the ZBA, they communicate it correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, and just a point of clarification, if we go to ZBA, would we be able to go there for those variances now in terms of?
We still have to review it and understand the affordables and all the other technicals. If you want to wait a month and do that, that's, and you're on the agenda, put you on the agenda separately on purpose.
Right.
So that you come back next month, and if you want to add stuff to it, go ahead
So essentially, you're only going for the capacity.
right now.
Yeah, it's a real threshold, so you may as well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because-
No, I agree. That's why, we want to do it that way, but I guess.
Can't calculate the parking unless we know how many units they're going to be.
Right.
Right. Got it.
Yeah,
I have no comments at this point.
Mike Smith.
My question, I'm not sure. What are we being asked to do?
We're gonna have
Site capacity.
site capacity. of
Oh,
2.
2. Okay. No questions.
Okay, Mike B,
No questions.
anything from the public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
All right, Mary Ann, do we have a resolution for a site capacity of 2?
Whereas in September 2023, 180 East 94 LLC applied for site capacity determination of the 5,000 square foot improved lot it owns at 35 Main Street. And was Hunt Engineering, the village attorney, reviewed the submission and confirmed the following calculation pursuant to 22482 of the zoning code, gross site area 5,000 square feet. No subtractions were necessary for rights of way or land previously approved or lands on which roads are to be built. So the base site area is 5,000 square feet. There are no resource protection features to be subtracted, so the net buildable site area is also 5,000 square feet. Whereas 35 Main Street is located in the business zoning district for which zoning code section 22485 provides a site capacity of 2 dwelling units. Calculated 5,000 square feet divided by the density factor of 2,500 and a maximum floor area for the dwelling units of 7,000 square feet, which is the net buildable site area times 1.4. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board determines that the site capacity of 35 Main Street is 2 dwelling units and a total of 7,000 square feet for the dwelling units. Now, this is a little unusual. We just do it by dwelling units, but if you look in the business district, it defines site capacity by both number of units and square footage, total square footage.
Okay, thank you for that, Mary Ann. Do we have, I make a motion to approve the resolution as read for site
Second,
capacity of 2.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, thank you very much. And if come back after the ZBA, we'll do site development.
You got it. Thank you, Caesar. Thank you, members of the board, Mary Ann, Ed. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah, good night all. Thank you, Sarah.
Number 10 is next. That's 2023-26, 26 Willow Street.
If you're here to represent the application, can you please hit the raise hand button?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, good. I now need to go to share screen.
we don't see you.
Oh, hang on, let me turn on video. How is that? Is that better?
Very good.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Jim Metzger. I'm the architect for Carolyn and Sean Newhouse. We're joined tonight by Carolyn Newhouse and our attorney, Kevin Plunkett. We have what I believe is a fairly modest proposal, especially considering what I've been viewing tonight. Those are some complicated projects. We have a single-family house at 26 Willow Street. We're looking to add a second floor. It's currently a split-level house, and we're looking to add a second floor above the one-story living room. The family has grown. There are now 2 children. The house currently has 2 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms. We're looking to add a 3rd bedroom, convert one of the bedrooms into a family room. And all of the work is going to be happening within the perimeter of the existing building. So there is virtually no site work required. We are within, there is no change to coverage. And we are in fact, the current house is now on the south facade is at 9.9 feet. We need 10 feet. In the addition that we're doing going vertically, we're pulling that addition in by 2 inches. So we'll be clearing the 10-foot requirement. So we don't believe that any variances are required for the project. Can you see my screen that says Newhouse Residence?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to quickly go through, since this is our first time before the board, and you will let me know if there are things you need me to speed up on or not. I'm going to quickly go through what I have here. So this is the documentation showing that we provided notice. Yesterday or 2 days ago, we got a email from Han Engineering asking us to do a wireframe indication of what the addition would be. So we were able to put that together today. The wireframe is indicated there. And in fact, the wireframe was, this photograph was taken from the porch of the people directly across the street from the subject house. And these people, I believe, have presented a letter to your board saying they have no objection to the addition that we're proposing. And they really would be the only people who would be affected by the fact that this house is in a view preservation district. This would be it slightly from the side, and you can see it's pretty modest addition that we're asking for. One of the things I want to address very quickly, because this also came up in the landscape review and the Han Engineering review, is where we would provide our site storage for building materials, where we would put a dumpster. The client is proposing to move out of the house during the construction, and we would be using the existing driveway and garage. So we would not be placing any material on the site as it is. Just going through quickly, this is the letter that we presented to the board. This is the letter that was sent out to the neighbors. This is a list of the neighbors that all the letters were sent to, which is within the 200-foot radius of the property. This is my, excuse me, my affidavit of mailing. And we also submitted to the building department the certification that all of these letters went out. We are looking at the site plan here. This, we'll look at a bigger version of this survey. Was done 2 years ago for a project that these clients had before this board to do a new deck on the back of the house. And that deck was approved and it was built. When we get to the site coverage, you'll see that we're slightly over the allowable, but we are not increasing site coverage on this project. Everything is happening within this gray area, which happens above the one-story living room, which is in this area. So there's no increase to coverage again, and there are no variances required for zoning. This shows the existing houses in the neighborhood. They're all relatively modest. Our house currently is, I believe, a little bit more modest than most. Because the family is growing, this is the reason for wanting to add the extra bedroom and bathroom. I will get to the FAR requirements in a moment. I prepared an axonometric drawing here to show you what the addition would look like on the house. That is this area where you can see I've indicated the new roof shingles, and we're essentially just going up 8 feet. We're doing a cathedral ceiling inside the space, and it is indicated, the area that we're building in is indicated by the blue walls. And you can see we have a master bedroom suite with an associated bath. There's a new bedroom. And then in what had been the master bedroom, we are now converting that to a family room, and the other existing bedroom will remain. The reason we're looking to do this is if you look at the existing plan, you could see the living room and the dining room and what is essentially the playroom for their 2 young children are all in one relatively small space. So we're looking to expand the house, but without doing anything more than a modest expansion. Here are the elevations. You could see the existing house, if you remember the photograph in the beginning, is this simple shed roof. We are proposing, this is the addition, and we are orienting the peak on that addition east-west to minimize the view. There are no, there'll be no encumbrances on the roof here that would prevent anybody from having more of the view impacted. You can see the section here. We have the living room, half story up is the existing bedrooms. We're converting one of those to a family room, and then we'd be up another half story. So essentially we're going from a 1.5 story house to a 2.5 story house. The height of the building is still well below, it's 4.5 feet, 5.5 feet below the maximum allowed by the code, which is 34 feet or 35 feet, we're at 29.5 feet. So we're well below the code allowed. And that dimension was taken from the back of the property, which is the largest height shown on these drawings. And as you can see from the side elevations, there's not really a huge amount of difference in what's going on the building. I go down, this is a blow up of the site plan. And if I go down one more, it was certified by our surveyor. And all of the information on here, including the paving and the patio, the railroad ties, the steps, the stone entry space right here, the asphalt drive, all of that was incorporated in the floor area ratio calculations. The affidavit naming me as the applicant, the checklist. Down where it says applicable, landscape plan, drainage report, and drainage and erosion control plan, we didn't believe we were required to submit any of that because all of the work that we're doing is taking place within the volume of the existing house. We're not affecting the landscape at all. We're not increasing water runoff. So everything will remain as is. This is the FAR worksheet. And as you can see, our allowable is still below what was required, what is allowed. We were allowed 2150. We're proposing 1796. The maximum at the FAR in the zone is 0.43. We are at 0.36. This is the computation of all the adjoining properties, and I did not do a list that shows where we are on this, but if you were to look through it quickly, you could see we're kind of smack in the middle. A number of the properties are over the allowable FAR. A number of them are below where we are, but we're kind of smack in the middle and below the village zoning requirement. Our allowable coverage changes by 0%. Because we're building within the existing volume of the existing house. On allowable setbacks, as I had indicated before, the second floor addition that's going up is being set 2 inches back from the face of the south wall, which is not in compliance, but grandfathered in. Our new addition will be in compliance with the 10-foot required side yard setback. And we don't implicate the rear or front yard at all in what we're doing. Very quickly, we have provided, farther on, we provided the list for previous work that had been done at the site indicating that we're in compliance with everything. And take a quick look here. We are in the view preservation district, as I described earlier, because we are below the required height in the village, because we're orienting the peak of the roof in the east-west direction. We are minimizing the impact for the view preservation district. We indicated the protected trees on my site plan, but we did not call out the species of trees, and I understand we may need to do that, and we're happy to accommodate that. The consultants professionals, again, as I had mentioned, Kevin Plunkett is our attorney. He's just overviewing this presentation. I believe we provided all of the requirements. This is the planning board decision previous to this, which showed that they allowed this new deck and that they approved the slight increase over the existing FAR, and that that's all been approved by the planning board. This is a list of the previous decisions that have been made. And the project schedule that we were asked to provide, we were hoping to start in November, depending upon how we get through the various review processes. And we assume it's going to take somewhere around 4 to 5 months, probably maybe 6 months to complete, because we're taking part of the roof off the existing building. We are really hoping to make sure our construction crew is set up and ready to go as soon as they are able.
Okay. Thank you. Ed, is the fire okay?
Yeah, everything's good.
Yes, but he mentioned the addition is, it wasn't quite clear if it was within or not within the rear yard setback.
It is not. The addition
Rear yard
is.
setback.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Side yard was accommodated it by moving it in 2 inches.
Okay,
He did a very good job of,
He doesn't need any variance.
doesn't need any variances.
okay,
I think he's demonstrated the view preservation for next month to make the submission.
yeah. Yeah, the picture is good. What we don't know is you did in the elevations, that looks good, what you did there. In the elevations on the plans, you didn't show existing next to proposed. In the front.
I'm sorry, go on.
In the front view, you can tell what the existing was because it's obvious, but in the rear view or west view, it's difficult to see the existing view and how the new view impacts the existing. Normally, there's usually a presentation of an elevation for existing and next to it, the elevation of proposed, so that one can see the difference between how it's going to look before and after. So if you could provide that, that would be wonderful.
I can do that. I will be happy to provide that. What I tried to indicate here, and I understand what you're asking for, that you want to see that line, which is where the existing roof is, to show you what was there. We are going to be probably changing the siding on the new addition just to give it some differentiation from the cedar shingle that's on the existing house. So I tried to indicate the new addition with the idea that we would be doing a 5-inch exposure natural cedar siding on the side here. And then the indication over here is indicating what the new addition is, but I'll be happy to provide the existing rear elevation for your review.
Yeah, and do the same for the east too. I mean, it's obvious from, you can really tell what the difference is in the front, but just for complete, show the elevation for the east view also.
Absolutely.
Interesting. And I like to comment, that was a very good, I forget what you called it, but the overall sketch of the picture.
Isometric.
What'd you call it?
Isometric.
Isometric. That was very nicely done.
Thank you.
Very nicely done.
I'm a little bit old school. I still draw by hand.
You can tell, very nicely done.
Thank you.
Any comment?
No comment.
Dan,
No comments, but nicely done.
Mike, Smith,
No questions.
Nothing for me.
anything from the public?
Nobody is raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, it's rather simple, what we asked for, just add the elevation so we can look at it and say, yeah, that looks good. Probably is going to be okay, but I'd like to see it. I don't want to deviate from our normal practice of showing existing versus proposed.
Totally understand.
And submit the pencil lines for your view preservation.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what was that? One more time?
Make sure you submit those pencil line drawings. That'll answer your view preservation question,
Okay,
that you're not acting the view.
yes.
yeah.
Address the
I
memo
will do
too.
that.
Do we need a elevation profile for the view preservation?
No, if you,
Oh,
those pencil lines.
Yeah,
will answer the
okay.
question.
Okay, I think you got it.
That's great. I really appreciate it. We'll see you next month with these few changes, and hopefully we'll move on from there.
Nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Number 11, 2023-25, 10 Half Moon Lane.
Still.
Hang on.
So you can see me and you can hear me, I'm hoping.
Yes.
Yes,
I will share. Are you seeing the screen?
yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, Patty, before you begin, it was a rather lengthy letter, and I'd rather, at this hour, I'd rather not go through that whole dissertation. And after all that dissertation, we're not sure what you're asking for. You're looking for site capacity on the whole site, part of the site, or two parts of the site. We're not sure.
Yeah.
Now, let me finish.
Okay.
And also, has the site ever been subdivided? And those are just tax lines and not subdivision lines. Okay, now I'm done.
Good. So this property, I first became aware of.
That's what I said, without going through a half hour of stuff that we don't need to know.
I was just gonna answer your questions.
Right.
Okay, so it was originally one piece of property purchased by the Malholtras back in, I believe it was 1987. And they went ahead and did the type of subdivision that was done by the village at that time. If you had a compliant lot that was on a street, it improved to the standards of the village. So what was done at that point was this property was subdivided into two parcels. And it was shown as three parcels, but it's never been supported as three. It's been supported as two. With the parcel.
Which two?
Well, if I can get to the next page, I think I'll show you that. It's parcel 1 is one parcel. Parcel 2 and 3 is the second parcel. So the line that is going through here is one that was done at some point, but we've never, there's no representation that we're making that's two separate parcels. This is two parcels. This is the individual lot showing the lot that has the house on it. There was an existing house at the time the lot was subdivided. That was subsequently improved. This was the drawing actually that was submitted for the renovation of the original house. It was originally 1 story with a flat roof. It was converted to a 3-story house, significantly increased in size. And it has, as you see here, we've shown that as one parcel. This is the drawing that was approved by the village. We did get a building permit for that. We went ahead and did the work. The project was completed. A certificate of occupancy was issued for it. If you go on to the town's map, they show this as two separate parcels. It has two, this is the second parcel. It has two separate property cards. This is for 10 Half Moon. This is for 0 Half Moon. So this is technically a building lot that has not been developed. Since the time that this was all done, the village has adopted a number of new procedures, not the least of which is the requirement for a determination of site capacity. That's what we're here before you this evening to try and do. I am showing that on the village's zoning map, this does also show as two parcels. That's the subject property. Here is a subdivision or a survey that has been prepared. It was not finished in time for us to submit, but I think it answers some of the questions that have come up and that Doug has in the letter that he sent to us. It includes the slopes analysis table, which is critical for this. If we walk through the exhibits, this property has a total area of 81,344 square feet. This is a zoning district that requires 20,000 square feet for a building lot. I subtracted the 1,650 square feet of the easement that crosses the property for the sewer line. I'm not sure that's required to be deducted, but it doesn't really matter. I've deducted it. That gives us a base site area of 79,694 square feet. We did the calculations for the steep slopes based on the surveyor's drawing that was recently done. There is a significant deduction of 12,601 square feet from the total. If I take the 79,694 of the base site area, subtract the 12,601, I get a net buildable site area of 67,093. If I divide that by the 20,000 square feet, I get a site capacity of 3.35, which rounds down to 3. And I think that is the information that we have for you this evening.
Now that's for the whole, both parcels.
Right.
And is that subdivision ever approved by the county health department?
I don't know that I really don't know. I mean, there is a existing sewer connection, obviously, to the existing house, which was there before the subdivision was done. So when this house was renovated, it was the renovation of an existing structure on a property that had been reduced in size from being the whole property to, let's just say, a little bit more than half the property. I don't think that would have triggered anything with the county health department.
Well, all subdivisions need to be approved by the county health department. You don't know the answer, so maybe you should find out. Marianne, are you following?
Yeah,
us?
I have a lot of questions. Patty, maybe you could help me a little bit.
Sure.
Now, you're saying it was already subdivided. If it was already subdivided, why are you coming in with a site capacity application that includes both lots? I am so confused.
Well, that was what we were instructed to do, and it made sense to me.
No,
No?
you asked if your approach to this application was you came in and asked if this was a building lot.
Right.
I said, I don't see how it's a building lot. I don't have the authority to create a building lot. I asked you for the subdivision map.
Correct.
What I got was a discussion from the owner and you that it wasn't required at the time. I still concede it's a tax lot. You created a tax lot. Without proof from the health department, I'm not sure it's a building lot. So
You're not sure that it's subdivided.
subdivided and
Yeah.
a separate building lot.
So that's what I would, it seems to me there's gotta be some proof that it was subdivided.
And then you came in with the whole thing as site capacity, which confuses us because
Well, the other thing that makes it confusing is I'm not sure whether it's shown on any of your surveys, but I think it is, that there are
attributes.
improvements on the lower lot, looking
Right.
at this thing, on the lower lot that are improvements to the main house. So isn't the pool there?
There's a pool. There are other things. The plan is to remove the house and the pool. And
Well, then you know what would make it all cleaner then? Is come in, take them all down and then come in for site capacity, because I don't know how we can say when, I mean, if it's been treated as one lot, because I don't think it's only the pool on that lot.
I totally understand the question about whether how this was subdivided. We know it was subdivided to an extent because it's in two separate ownerships. And we also know that it was subdivided from the standpoint that the village provided a building permit for the renovation of the existing house that was on, at that point, one parcel, and they treated it as one parcel. I don't want to be criticized for backing this to the most elementary level, because I think that is the appropriate place to start. I think it would be presumptuous for me to come in and say, I'm doing a site capacity determination for parcel 2, because I think your question would be, well, how can you divide it into 1 and 2? What I'm doing is looking at the entire property, saying that the entire property has a site capacity of 3. The people who own the property want to sell it, and they want to sell it as a capacity of 2 parcels. And I think this does meet the standards for site capacity determination. Whether there's a house on it, not a house on it, I don't think that's the issue at this point.
No, that's not the case, because I think if you read the beginning of the site capacity section, it says site capacity on vacant parcels shall be determined as, because people don't come in, right? That's where this whole thing isn't making sense, because this isn't the kind of application that site capacity is meant for. If this were all empty, if you took down the house, and took everything off the property, you came in and said, I'm on site capacity, then the numbers you showed us work. But it's problematic because there is a house there and there are things on the other property, on the other.
There are
property.
improvements on both parcels, no doubt about it. But
It's one lot. And the thing, like I said, if you look at the site capacity section, it talks about site capacity shall be determined on vacant lots as. It's different. It is different down in the business district because their site capacity is being determined for number of dwelling units, and dwelling units are over businesses, so it's different.
Right,
So,
but if the village had a procedure, and we know that procedure existed because it's actually a little bit famous. There were properties that were subdivided using that village procedure during the moratorium, and that was upheld by court. So the idea, excuse me?
So what would be helpful then is if you came in with something that in fact shows that there was some recognition of the subdivision at that time.
I've just shown you that it shows up as 2 parcels on the village's map. It shows up as 2 separate parcels in the town of Greenberg, and both parcels have their own property card as separate.
Yeah,
parcels.
You have to show that the county health department
Then you have 2 tax
dated a
lots.
subdivision. There are no subdivisions without the county health department approval.
Usually there is a subdivision where they've gotten health department signed off on it for sewer and water. I'm very familiar with that. That was not done with this.
Then it's not a subdivision.
Well, back in 1987, there were other properties that we're aware of that were handled that same way. Maybe the health department was doing it differently.
So,
But in my previous life, it extended back to 1968, my previous life.
I'm
And in
aware of
period-
that.
In that period, I never saw a subdivision that did not have county health department approval.
I know that this property is in 2 separate ownerships. I know that this was something that the village was aware of as 2 separate parcels. What I'm looking for is starting at what that base level is, which is determination of what the site capacity of the whole property is. If you want me to do it individually, it's certainly not a problem. You know, we're way over. We've got one lot that's 45,375. The other lot is 35,969, where 20,000 square feet is, you know, is the requirement. So both lots proof out as one large parcel or as individual parcels. I think what would be good is if we could get past that. I think then the conversation becomes, particularly since the intent is to completely redevelop this property, possibly even with the line being moved, so that it would be two equal lots. At that point, I would think that what we would be doing is following the site determination with an application for a subdivision. But I believe that would be not the current owner who's intending to sell. There's tremendous damage in the house. They are not. They had a flood. A lot of the house was damaged. So their intent at their age, with their children having moved out on their own, is to scale down. They have a buyer who's very interested in the parcel, but he's only interested in this parcel provided that it's two building lots. He understands that a subdivision may be required for that, but what we're starting with is site capacity determination.
I don't know, like I said, it's for vacant lots. I mean, I suppose it's conceivable, we wouldn't do a site capacity determination, but if the board were comfortable, you could say something like, if this were a vacant parcel, it would have the site capacity up.
I mean,
And
I don't know if his calculations are right, and.
no, I'm not saying to do it tonight.
No, I know. And
We have to.
I'm saying down the road, if his calculations are right and is considered an empty, large parcel, I'm not sure if that three psychopath, I don't know how you subdivide that into three lots.
We're not.
Oh, that's a different question. Site capacity.
We're not proposing that. We're proposing.
You can have a site capacity of 6, but only have 4 buildable lots. Site capacity is just a totally different.
It's just a no more than.
Yeah,
And I'm
it's-
very, having gotten a site capacity.
Hold on,
I'm talking.
Mary Ann is talking.
And you would say at the end of it, so and that's come up, I think it came up on Castle Road. We had that come up, and and the resolution very clearly said, just because there's a site capacity of 4 doesn't mean you can have 4 lots.
Okay.
So you could do that, but what it would be, I mean, as long as there's stuff on it, it's not a site capacity determination, it would just be a hypothetical, you know, if in fact these were. I don't know if that.
I don't understand what difference it makes that there's a house on the property. I mean, it's.
Pat, just look at the section that under resource protection where it says you do a site capacity analysis. And it says on vacant lots. Otherwise, this is a perfect example of why it's so difficult to do it, because there's stuff for both parcels on both lots.
Which is one of the reasons that the only way this makes sense to me is they would either have to do a different subdivision, which is, you know, that could be done, but that's not the current owner. That's the person who wants to buy it. The only thing the buyer is looking for is that they're familiar with the code, and they're looking for, does this parcel as a single parcel, does this meet the requirements for a determination of site capacity for 2 lots? And
then rather than saying that you have to remove everything, why don't you just come in and look for a site capacity for the 1 lot and just say you're removing everything on it. You're removing the pool, you're removing everything. What would the site capacity be?
The southern lot. The lot without the house.
Yeah, if in fact it's subdivided, I mean, but
We don't know
that's
that.
another thing, we don't know that. That needs to be documented.
which is my reason for having started at the most elementary level. There's a single, if I take the whole property that was shown on this one survey and I do the site capacity determination, I come up with 3.35, whatever it is. That is rounded down to 3. That's the site capacity for this. That has nothing. That if tax parcels are not building lots, I totally understand that a site capacity does not give you a building lot. It gives you the opportunity of making further applications to the village for a site plan for the development of that property. Right now, if somebody came in and they said, well, I want to do this and have this as two separate parcels, unless they were going to create easements, other things that other people would have to deal with, they would have to remove something, change something, whatever they want to do. But right now, what we're looking for is simply the determination of site capacity.
Patty?
I think you need to have your attorney talk to Mary Ann.
Yeah.
I said everything I had to say.
No,
Read,
I know, and we're not gonna do anything because of what you said.
I carefully read 22481A. And
What one?
22481A. And at the same time, we're gonna need some evidence of your claim that this was subdivided properly at the time.
Because what you're saying is it was subdivided in 1988, I think, and there was a moratorium at the time. And you
Right.
said this is outside the moratorium. Well, there must be something documenting that it fell outside of the moratorium. We would
There
need to
is.
see-
The moratorium wording itself said that the only subdivision that was permitted during the moratorium was a single parcel being subdivided into two parcels, provided that the lot area met the code and that they already fronted on a existing improved street to village standards.
Okay.
Give us a brief on that.
I'm not a brief writer.
You're a brief talker. Put it right.
Code section's fine, but some documentation that the subdivision happened besides people just saying it happened, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing we know is that it's deeded out into two separate parcels.
We're repeating ourselves, Patty.
One second. Yeah, question?
Mary, is it ever gonna come to pass that we could do this? The whole parcel with the house on it, the subdivision, I mean. It sounds like you're saying, from my point of view, that this is not gonna happen.
I could imagine at some point.
Something could happen. I mean,
What do they need to do to make it happen?
Right, because they need to go for subdivision.
Well,
Approved as a subdivision.
Yeah, but I think the thing is to go, the point is that they need to know what the site capacity is before they go for a subdivision.
Site capacity determination is required vacant lot in a district.
Any vacant lot. So the thing
It's
is.
not vacant.
It's not vacant.
Right.
So if he was to come in with the vacant lot and there was no pool and stuff on it, that would be different.
Right.
And he could prove that it was subdivided appropriately at the time of
Back in
its.
1988 or whenever.
Yeah.
Just allow it.
By
By
the
the way,
just outline, they gotta do something that's different.
by the way, is the pool documented? Was it ever approved?
Some of the pool is documented.
Well, there was a permit taken out for the pool. You know, whether changing paving or something, who knows?
When was the pool built?
I think 96, 98, something like
What
that.
would be interesting to see is the application at the time for the
Shows it
pool.
there.
Was it treated as R1 lot?
So we've done some research because we're not walking in blind and just hitting. it. The house was built with just the north parcel in the submission and appears to have, but I asked Patty to confirm the FAR and the coverage.
Which I can do.
Okay, so please do that. It appears that the building was filed for with just the north lot. It also appears that the pool was filed with both lots.
Yeah, yeah,
So it's the attributes are being used for one parcel.
yeah.
So I would argue that
I'm not arguing tonight, we're having a discussion.
Patty, enough, please. Mike Smith.
I'm totally confused as to what significance, if any, there is to Patty's contention that this one parcel was subdivided into two lots. If the subdivision, if we accept the notion that without county of health approval, then this is one lot.
He has to demonstrate to us
Well,
that,
why do we care whether it's subdivided? If it's subdivided, does that mean you have to have a site capacity determination? Assuming it's subdivided and they were both vacant. Are you making a site capacity determination on, for each lot?
Separate.
so the thought process was. When they first came in, no survey that they brought in showed the pool. That it was a vacant lot, and that if they had come in with just the south lot. A site capacity according to 22481 is appropriate. Further down the road, we became aware that a pool was issued, permit was issued. And then even further down the road, quite an extensive amount of coverage was put around the pool without a permit. Which changed the conversation. So where we're at right now is. Nothing is what it walked into the door with. There's possibilities, but until we understand the subdivision now. It's gonna be difficult to have a conversation.
Okay, let's assume they were to raise everything. You now have 2 lots.
And we can give them a site capacity on the vacant lot.
Would a vacant, let's assume both are vacant. On which lot do you make a site capacity determination?
You can do it any way you choose if they're all
If
vacant.
he decides to treat it as one lot, then you would do it as the whole one lot, or if he decides to.
You could
If he
treat it
proves
as
to
one
you-
lot, even if they are actually subdivided into 2 lots.
Correct.
Okay, so, right, so it wouldn't matter, to me, then, it wouldn't matter whether there was a county. The health department had approved it for that purpose, because you can treat it as one lot.
If there's a building there.
No, that's a different issue. No,
Well, that's what I said
No, that's a
I said
different
in
issue.
the very beginning, Mike, if you just tear everything down, then come in and we'll do a site capacity determination.
Okay,
But,
now I got it.
but my guess is that they want to sell it before everything is torn down, you know?
Correct.
They-
Nobody in their right mind would go and tear everything down with the hope that they would get the lots later.
But isn't the site capacity determination something mathematical?
Yes.
Yes.
So the buyer could buy the lot and know that when it's raised and brought
Yeah,
to be vacant, pretty easy to determine what the site capacity is.
I
I
think
don't know why a buyer would, why that would deter a buyer who was getting the property for what it considered to be a good price.
I totally agree with this. The only thing I think that's confusing people, which myself included, is that the property's been improved and that makes it complicated, but I don't think it's pertinent because I would not be able to argue that simply because we made improvements on 2 separate parcels, that justifies the subdivision. You would want me to start with exactly where we started. What is the site capacity of the entire parcel? And once we prove that out, then you would say, what do you want to do with the property? I think for the current owner, if this math obviously has to be checked out by, Doug and Ed has to make sure he's comfortable with what it says. But if these numbers are correct, I think the planning board would be able to have a resolution that says we've determined that the site capacity of this entire property is 3 dwelling units. Any further use of this property, any further work on this property would necessitate the filing of a plat map.
but you
And-
know what? I'll tell you why it's more complicated than that, because if in fact you're right, and that it's already been subdivided, it may be, I don't know what the square footage is of the lots separately, but it may be that each of the lots, the top one and the bottom one, would only have one, once you round down and everything, might have a site capacity of only one.
One each.
So it'd be
No,
one each
I'm-
too. Instead of putting.
Go ahead.
So it does make a
The
difference.
planning board relies on council as to what is something that we can do and what we shouldn't do.
And I have to say, there's a lot of properties in this village that are way bigger than the minimum lot size for that district.
Sure.
And well, let's see, I've been here maybe 15 years. I don't remember anybody ever coming in with an application that had a house on it and said, what's the site capacity of this lot? It's just not.
Well, one of the reasons for that is the site determination of site capacity was relatively in Irvington, a new procedure. When we were doing everything in the 19.
Patty, it's we're going over the same arguments again and again.
I thought we weren't arguing.
Discussion again. Obviously, Mary Ann is not satisfied with us acting on a resolution to do site capacity, and until she is, we're just not going to do it.
Yeah.
You have any comments? You have a mic, Mike. Please.
No, I think I'll wait for.
Okay. All right. So until Mary Ann is satisfied that we can do it, it's not going to happen. So I suggest that you do whatever changes she wants, or change her mind, which probably is not going to happen either.
I haven't gotten any instructions though that I think are something I should do, with the one exception. It probably would make perfect sense to do a independent determination of site capacity for each of the lots, because I think you're probably right, where this turns out to be 3.3.
I asked for a couple things, Patty.
Document the subdivision.
Yeah.
It's a big open question that a lot of things will hinge on. You're confident there was a subdivision, document it, and then maybe things will fall into place.
And then maybe come in with a site capacity for a vacant lot instead of both.
Okay. I would be surprised if the village would be comfortable with that, because I think you'd want to know what everything could be. Particularly if it's going to be re-subdivided.
Then come in for a subdivision.
Well, I think that's, I would be thinking that's what you would be saying, that this, go ahead, anything on this property, there's going to need to be the filing of a plat map. It's a soft way of saying you're going to have to go through the subdivision process and cross all the T's, dot all the I's. Particularly,
that's if you can't prove that it was previously subdivided. You told us it was previously subdivided.
Right.
Provide us evidence that it was previously subdivided. We can't find anything but a deed that shows a lot line adjustment.
We have all superficial. Right.
Please let me finish. You're just repeating yourself the same things every time. I've asked twice, and this is the third time I'm going to ask. Provide us with evidence that the subdivision was allowed to be done at the time that it was done, and then provide evidence that it was done appropriately. Provide us the calculations for the existing lot, for the existing FAR and coverage, and see if it's in compliance. It could be that the FAR is over, but it wasn't required at the time of building, so we can understand that. But give us the numbers anyway. I always thought you were coming in for a vacant lot on the south side, and I also thought it was vacant. Wasn't thinking there was a pool, and I really wasn't thinking there was a lot of undocumented coverage on that lot. So if you're coming in for the south lot as a vacant lot, and you're looking for site capacity of 1, you have an existing dwelling on the north lot, which is 1, and you have a vacant lot, which is 1, you have the 2 you're looking for.
Yeah.
But it's based on you providing us evidence that the subdivision happened or was appropriate at the time.
Not only that, not or, that
And.
was, and.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Patty.
I'm still writing. I'll let you move on with the rest of the night. Let me surrender the
Give me
share.
a call in the morning.
You got it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hold it, don't go away. Any comment from the public?
No, nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Because there were 2 people here earlier that were here for this property.
Is that what they were here?
Or in total, 2. Yeah.
If they are present, they are not raising their hand to speak.
Okay. Anybody in person? Okay, Patty, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You here for the
Good
Smith
night.
application?
Number 12, only one, and then 13. We're doing 12. 2023-24,
That's you.
54 Jaffe Court.
That's you. Wake up.
You can wake up now.
Me?
I brought a piece of paper.
I didn't know. Who knew?
My
You
name
should
is-
have gone home. Sorry.
My name is Dean Bushler, landscape architect.
Make sure that mic is on.
Hello?
Yeah.
John?
Is it on?
I don't know. Yeah.
We're proposing essentially a few things.
Remove a deck in the rear yard of the residence, which is here. Replace that deck with an on-grade patio. Basically, so we can have better access to the rear yard. And without the railings, it kind of just opened up there. We're also requesting to replace the existing fence. That's portions of it are not on the property line with a new fence, basically in kind, solid bourne fence, stockade type fence.
Yeah, a rendering of the fence in there, so yeah.
It's basically what's existing. So in the site photos, you can see what's existing and so a stockade type fence.
As long as we can see it and then when you come back.
Yep. And we're gonna extend the fence along the rear property line as well. We're replacing the smaller threshold at the front entry with a larger on-grade patio that'll be on stone dust. Full landscaping plan. We were going to propose essentially a set of steps because there's a steep hill here to get from the street to the front door. So that's part of the application, and I think that's about it.
Those steps you just pointed to are on village property, right?
They're on village property. I was talking to the village engineer and he said maybe just remove those from the
DPW.
plan. Yeah. We're
You
getting
gotta get
approval.
approved.
Yep.
And you have plantings on,
Yeah, we have full planting plan.
again, some of which might be on village property.
Yeah, so I'll move the trees off the village property. We're removing hemlock trees. There's 5 hemlock trees in the range of 6-inch caliper to 10-inch caliper trees. They're diseased. So we're gonna remove those trees and replace them with some new trees. And we'll make sure that they're on the property.
Now, could you make sure they're numbered? So building
The
inspector-
size,
no,
or-
put a number on the tree, so we know which trees are coming down,
okay,
so. So that when the building inspector comes there,
Sure.
he can verify that. The number on the tree is what's coming down and the numbers of the trees. that are
Okay.
Not coming.
So identify the trees by number now, and then when the permits issued, when he comes out, the assistant comes out, have the trees identified with
okay,
the same number.
okay, another two.
Number tag. That's
Good.
it. You can write it on the ribbon. We're not trying to like.
Yeah, don't be new. So in terms of coverage, we're gonna be pretty much even. We have to remove some patio to make it even. We didn't want to really go through the expense of hiring an engineer to do drainage calculations and do stormwater, so we're just gonna even out the coverage calculations.
That's about it.
That is about it.
Doug, there's no drainage issues with all this.
What's the, yeah, we,
Is it under 200 feet?
see how he addresses it.
Dean, how many square feet are you? Adding? Coverage.
Is the shed proposed? Is it future? Is
Yeah,
it-
so, there was a question of the shed. Originally, we had the shed on the application. We did remove the shed. But it's still on the plan as a future shed. We'll remove that
Okay.
altogether.
I mean, if you want to put it on the shed,
It's additional coverage.
it's additional coverage. Under 64 square feet.
It's
you don't need
bigger
a
than
permit.
that. Okay.
That's
But if they wanted 64 square feet,
right, no permit needed.
okay.
They okay on coverage,
Yeah, we're under lot coverage. Site cover.
but the numbers are right, I mean, the way he calculated everything.
Everything looked good, except you have to add the raised garden.
Yeah, which I didn't really understand that. So just the boards or just
Any
Well,
composition of
The
buildings?
area, so looking down upon it, the square footage.
of the garden?
The raised
Yeah.
garden, yeah, whatever that raised garden is.
Is it, wait, is it raised on a stand or is it just?
It's
like,
just soil.
Says, right, though, it
Can I
says.
put my
raised-
hand underneath the soil?
No,
Okay, then right garden instead of raised. garden.
no, just the garden.
Okay, then right garden
Okay.
instead of raised garden. Raised gardens, it sounds like.
Okay. They have an existing garden, which I.
We had
didn't
somebody
have
put a
to-
raised garden and we came back.
It was
and-
like a big
The big
thing.
planter would count.
No,
A
not
planter.
that, no.
Over the planter. and we-
Yeah, that's
Just-
a raised garden.
So a raised bed is just a
a
board.
raised bed, Yeah,
Didn't, okay, so. That's not an issue.
So it seems like we probably don't have any cover.
No utilities will be disturbed. The existing downspouts basically just drain to the grade right now.
Mary Ann, this is in the historic district.
Yeah, we got a water.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
No, it's not in the historic district,
Okay.
no, but,
It's an old
but
house.
it's a historic, the house has some
Yeah.
historic significance. I think it's on the, isn't it on the Westchester County list of historic
Okay.
buildings?
I would say, if you
Not-
have any questions with these,
Not in
we
the
don't need to go
village.
through all of them now.
Right,
If there's any questions.
yeah, let me just quick go through,
Sarah, while he's looking at, did you share
that's just,
Earl Ferguson's letter with the applicant?
we'll send it to them tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you have any questions, you can call me or go.
the neighbor.
No, he's not your neighbor. He's,
I've got a copy.
Okay,
here.
yeah.
What is it that Earl is really asking us to do? It's just is sort of.
He's just pointing out.
No, it's irrelevant because one of the site plan standards is to, oh wait, let me see if I have it in front of. Yeah, one of your site plan standards is, I'll read the whole thing. Scenic vistas, unusual geological features, mature woodlands, and historic sites and structures shall be preserved to the maximum extent possible. And it doesn't necessarily mean formally designated historic sites, but.
Read the last sentence again.
Pardon?
Read the last sentence. About the structure.
Historic sites and structures shall be preserved to the maximum possible
Yeah,
extent.
okay, you're doing walkways and steps.
It's not really relevant. I mean,
We're not-
but he might have just seen, my guess is,
An
oh, just
application.
saw that number was up, he
You're not,
recognized this house, and so you might not want him to change the,
you're not doing
Check on
any
the front of
structural
the house.
change, you're just
Yeah.
doing steps
Not a
and
big deal.
patios.
Removing the deck would be the biggest thing, and the deck is really not anything
Yeah.
historic. It's probably 20 years old. So removing that, putting it on grade patio. There was a question with regard to sightlines. Obviously, we're not changing anything in the.
Yeah, you're in view.
View
presentation,
protect, yeah,
You
yeah.
need to make a statement that.
Right.
You
So we're not disturbing.
need to cover it so that it's, so we can say it was covered.
No disturbance to the view.
Okay, I think we're done.
No negative impacts. Okay. And there's no lighting.
Okay, what does he need to do?
Just answer the questions, come back next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the
Maybe
shed was
by
like the
Zoom.
biggest issue. to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's all just kind of standard.
And the raised garden.
It seemed pretty straightforward. I could revise the, can back.
Any
take
comments from the
take that
board?
shit out.
Don't we-
No, that out, he's gonna take the steps going.
No question. Like Steve? Nope. Sarah, any comments from the public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
yeah, so
Good night.
just address the historic issues that you're not changing the structure. And view preservation,
For application 11.
and where else? Anything else, Ed?
No, it's
The stepping stones.
the stepping stone to coverage, we talked about,
Okay.
we talked about that earlier.
Okay, maybe we'll get it done before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, one more.
13. 2023-23, 30 South Ferris Street. Thank you very much for sticking out.
fun to listen.
I hope you had a good time.
How do you zoom next month, right?
Yeah, I'll use it next. Thank you so much.
Yeah. He was an hour away and we were afraid to send him if he'd missed. So obviously he had plenty of time.
Poor guy. God, he sat there for.
3 hours and 39 minutes.
Adios was an hour and 20 minutes.
At least this gentleman was at home. All right, we're ready.
Thanks, everyone. And again, yeah, thanks for hanging in there and hearing our proposal here today. My name is Rob Jones. I'm the architect and owner of the residence at 30 South Fair Street. So I am just a few steps from you guys down the street, but I'm here excited to present our project to you. And without further ado, I'd like to jump in. But first, before I do that, I would like to just make sure that you guys can see drawing A-001.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. So this is our cover sheet, and I know it's getting pretty late, so I'll try and get through this and hit all the relevant points as quickly and efficiently as possible. The project scope of work for the Brazil Jones residence deck remodel includes the demolition and removal of an existing multi-level deck, including the existing decking, columns, footings, stairs, and railings. And it also is going to include the construction of a new partially enclosed deck at the existing residence's first floor level, with stairs leading down to the ground floor level. So with that, I'll go ahead and jump into the drawing set so we can take a look. This is the existing site plan. You'll see the zoning setbacks, which we will come to talk about, I'm almost sure. And I would like to also just, while we're looking at this, go ahead and give you a view of a photo of the existing conditions. This is the existing multi-level deck with the stairway on the left, and then the multi-level deck, which protrudes into our rear yard here. And there's my son enjoying some sunshine there in the spring on the left side. So so as I was saying, this is the existing site plan and our setbacks. This is the proposed site plan for the partially enclosed deck and stair project. You'll see if I flip back and forth here between the existing and the proposed, we actually decrease coverage quite a bit, but we'll touch on that shortly. Next up is our lot coverage diagrams provided for your reference and review. Bar diagrams also provided for your reference and review. As we get into this is a zoomed in half-inch scale look at our demolition plan. Very simple and straightforward. We'll be removing the existing decks, stairs, railings, columns, and footings of the existing deck. On the ground floor plan, we'll be providing structural support for the partially enclosed deck and stairs above. On the first floor plan, we will be building out a partially enclosed deck on the south side of the project, and then the open to air stairs and deck, small deck portion on the north side of the project, with a straight run of stairs running east to west on the north side. Our roof plan shows a pitched shingle roof to gutters with a wood stove flue, which will project out of the roof to accommodate for the proposed wood stove. Our elevations give a good view of how this project will look from the rear yard, and I've included a key plan on the drawing number 1 in the top right to give you a sense of these views. We can just jump down to drawing 4. This is going to be our south exterior elevation, showing the 2 large casement windows to provide natural light and ventilation to the enclosed deck. The west exterior elevation, you'll see the 2 casement windows provided for light and ventilation, and then the fixed transom windows above to provide even more natural light into what I think is going to be a very well lit space. You'll also see in our west exterior elevation the open to air deck and stairs, which, like I said, run east-west. Last but not least, our north exterior elevation will show our 3-panel sliding door into and out of the partially enclosed deck. And last but not least, our section drawings, which give you an idea on how the interior space will develop, including the in our drawing 4, showing the new French casement doors, which will lead into the existing kitchen of the residence. Now, I did receive comments from Han Engineering, which I received yesterday, and I'm still parsing through. But what I've seen in their comments look pretty straightforward and can definitely be picked up. I think I'd like to go back to our site plan and just go ahead and address the three variances that I believe that we will need to receive from the zoning board. The first will be our encroachments into the side yard setbacks. You'll see our home, obviously at 30 South Ferris, encroaches into the required 10-foot yard setbacks as existing. But in order to provide access to the home and the stairs, it will also need to encroach into the 4-foot required setback due to which is described in zoning code 224-11. The second variance that
4 foot's for patios only.
and
The deck
I
stairs
believe,
will have to have 10 feet.
I believe the stairs for I can bring this up.
The upper deck needs it as well, the landing, so. So you
Side yard
need a
setback?
10-yard side yard setback for 10 feet, not for 4 feet.
So the code would call out
That's
steps and walks may project into a required yard. So would this be a step and walk?
No, that's a deck.
It's the deck.
So the steps to the deck would not be specified as a step or walk.
The deck steps would count as an encroachment as well.
The deck steps.
So it's
Okay.
in the side yard.
Okay. I see. And then, so that's, I guess I agree with you guys on that. And that's what I'm kind of specifying here is our variance would be a request for the projection into that side yard. Just to be
To the
clear.
side, 10-foot side yard setback, yes.
That's correct. The second zoning variance that we would be pursuing is in the allowed building coverage. So this is a lot coverage, but for the building coverage in District 1F5, which we're in, is 24% of the lot. So our lot would allow for 593.76. The existing lot coverage is 785, and our proposed lot coverage is 937 square feet. So we would be looking for an increase of 152 square feet in our allowed building coverage. So that would be our second variance. I think go ahead.
Yes.
No, continue.
But we also don't know.
Oh, thank you. So I did want to point out as we're discussing our building coverage that per this diagram here, our lot coverage does decrease by 7% in our favor. So that may be something that yourself and the zoning board could consider.
Just make sure you include all the walks and retaining walls in the backyard in your coverage calculation.
Yeah, if I have it that the coverage calculations are incomplete.
That's right.
Yeah.
So your little retaining walls, some walkways that are remaining need to be, but the existing need to be shown as existing, and then if you're removing them, show them removed.
Yeah. Right now, we can't confirm it. That's all. But we need to see all that.
I see. So I believe I will look into that. I believe I did cover everything, but I may be missing something, for example, outside of our existing fence. If you see here, our fence is actually.
That's what comes to mind. I reviewed this last month, but that's what comes to mind last month.
Yeah.
That there's a little wall or something that wasn't included. But make sure it's all buttoned up so you get it right and we don't have to come back again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Now that I think about that, and I will include that.
Remember, the survey came in later than the first drawing, so that
Correct.
could, check everything.
Correct, will do.
Yeah, well, and the FAR is easy. FAR number looks good, except you included the basement. Take that off. It'll help you a little bit.
Will do. I saw that note from Han Engineering, and I think you're right. I think that will actually help us. And so our third and final, in my understanding of the variances that we will need to pursue is the FAR. So our lot is less than 5,000 square feet. So the max FAR is going to be 0.43. Our existing FAR is, let me go ahead and go to the FAR diagram. That might help. Our existing FAR here in drawing number 1 is shown at 0.95. You can see that obviously these lots, as old as they are, you would get quite large FARs. So our lot being 0.95, and then our proposed FAR is going to be 1.01 or
Can
a
you circle the
0.06
proposed
increase.
addition on the FAR diagram for the chairman?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Circle the proposed FAR on the
Oh.
additional, the new FR. Just no, highlight just the new one.
Can you
Just
see
the
that?
porch, of course.